Hello, friends. My name is Eric. What is the end of the oil derrick? Hello, then. My name is Eric, and how do you do? And welcome to Talking to Famous People. So, after I ended the last stream and I made some dinner, made steaks and broccoli, and I decided, you know what? I decided this before, actually, kind of as I was making dinner. It's a 2 point game now. Wow. I was afraid we were going to get stomped by South Carolina. Hello there, Popovich. Is it true? Is what true? That life's a cabaret? I'm not sure if that's true or not. There we go. That's nice. That's nice and clear now. So it's 20-16 in favor of South Carolina, but we started off the game falling behind quite a bit, and we made it a lot closer than it was. I am probably going to add one more component to the mix here. No, I'm 54. Well, I'm waiting for them to come on. I ate them earlier. And I don't know, I ate them maybe 20 minutes ago. Whoa! Is that a foul? That's a foul, good. What do you think about CBT? I think it's just placebo effect, really. It may do a little something here and there, but it doesn't do much of anything, I don't think. People thinking that CBD is somehow healthy for them. I don't really think that there's any reason to conclude that. It's like you found a thing and you're looking for a solution that it might cure. That could mean two very different things. What could mean two different very different things? The word Canada pretty much only means one thing, Kim. Maybe you need to check your facts. So at the end of the first quarter, South Carolina 20, Southern California 16. I'll probably go CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, or CB. Oh, I was thinking you were saying CBD. I'm sorry. CBT is cognitive behavioral therapy. I was confused there for a moment. Um, I don't know enough about it really to say. That's what I think about it. I mean, personality channel. Oh, when you said CBT, I I think it's full of unsubstantiated introverted intuition. I think that's the number one problem in typology is that you got a lot of people who are knowing things holistically and explaining how things are according to their holistic knowing, but there's no rigor there. You may have great insight and make make observations about types that are either insightful, true, or both, but ultimately you have to trust his intuition. There's no like, with when I'm typing somebody, if you watch enough sessions or watch enough videos enough or something, then you understand that, okay, when Eric asks this question, if people give answer type A, then he concludes according to his own explanations the following thing. But in this case, he doesn't seem to have concluded that. Why not? And then they can call me out on that kind of thing. If I don't apply my own rules. But everybody else, they don't. They are very opposed to that. They don't want to provide you the key so that you can check their work, because they don't have a deconstructible, they don't have a deconstructor like that. It's not parsed out and it's not determined, it's known. Is it true that he typed me? No, not, at least. Maybe he's typed me from afar. I don't remember. Harry you talking about? Harry from Cognitive something channel? I don't believe I've ever been typed by him, no. But, I don't remember all the conversations I had with all the various people, so it's in theory possible. It would have had to have been at least 7 years ago or something, maybe more. It's truth. What you talking about? What's truth? Maybe not mushrooms? Yeah, it's truth. But I'm not really on it very much yet. These things take time. We've got to let them settle into your system. Like I said, it probably took about 20, 25 minutes ago. Eric Thor, what do you think about him? As far as I know, he's kind of stopped doing typology stuff. But the bottom line is, he'd come around here sometimes and kind of want to talk typology, and I said, look, dude, there's no way for us to cooperate or collaborate here because you are wrong, don't really know what you're talking about, don't approach the thing with adequate intellectual rigor, and there's no room in any town for two competing explanations. If they're explaining the same thing, one of them is right and one of them is wrong. That's how it works. I mean, I was happy to have him around, but he didn't want to. He wanted it to be like two typology equals chatting about something, but I don't view it that way at all. I just view him as woefully ill-informed because he's not being informed by what I'm saying about it. What did I indicate earlier? That's the number one problem in typology. Is you've got a bunch of people who wanted to play around ideationally in the field, but there's no point in playing around ideationally in the field anymore because it's been figured out and explained adequately. Any deviation from that correct, rigorous explanation that I provide is wrong. I mean, it could deviate and be not mutually exclusive, in which case that's fine. But that's the sort of caveat self-correction thing that needs to be done relentlessly through the whole process of understanding and explaining the thing, or else it's not going to be right. You can't make good soup if you're trying to do it in a coffee filter over a pile of snow. No, she's never asked me for collaboration. You can't approach typology by logic. It's not a solvable equation. Oh, well, so what you're saying is when you think someone's that type and someone else thinks it's a different type, there's no way to determine who's right? Well, then, why do you bother? If, in fact, there's no way to reliably use any test to eliminate anything as a possibility, then why bother? It's even less rigorous, less valid than astrology. Astrology, at least you can check to see if their birthday is actually that day. Show me my beautiful soulmate again. She was beautiful. Okay, I could get it out in a second. And I read your comment earlier, Tets, and I just shook my head. So you want to make it so that nobody can actually determine anything about typology. Just they can only use their intuition. There's no way any test can say, okay, you're not a TI Dom or you're not a whatever. That is just the most ridiculous waste of time I could ever conceivably imagine. Why bother caring about typology at all if it's that useless and that flimsy? What do you think about facts don't care about your feelings? I think it's an unfortunate expression because what it ends up doing is it it feels like ammunition in the hands of people who don't understand that feelings aren't. Doesn't matter how strongly I feel, right? It's still completely irrelevant to whatever point I'm making. So more importantly than facts don't care about my feelings is what we're arguing about has nothing to do with my feelings nor yours. So if I'm bringing them up, I'm miss I'm missing my target because I'm spending my time talking about irrelevancies. That's one of the unfortunate realities that I think that exists in the world is that people think that you're feeling a certain way is an argument against what you're saying. Or that if you don't agree with me, you can say, well, the only reason you're not agreeing with me is because you feel so strongly or something. It's just a way of avoiding what I'm saying. Hi, Stone Bass Player. How are you? I think Eric will start to sing very soon. I was feeling like actually, let's run with music until a few minutes ago, the mushroom started to hit more. I usually don't like to play music on mushrooms because I'm incompetent at it. Like it makes me like not able to do anything musically. I could like play a song I know really well maybe, but I feel kind of creatively lost at music when I'm on mushrooms. I don't know. I'm kind of lost at anything that's hard to figure out how to do or hard to do on mushrooms. Am I a good singer in your opinion? In my opinion, well, yes, in the sense that I'm defining good singer as somebody who's got good pitch, so they're not pitchy at all. And yes, I'm a good singer in terms of what you want a singer to do with a microphone when being recorded. So if you record somebody who's not a musician, not accustomed to recording, they'll move around. They don't stay right in front of the mic a lot, you know. So I'm good at using the mic, and I'm good at not being pitchy. Do I like the timbre of my voice? Not especially, but I don't hate it either. It's fine. Like, on some level, you could say that Rachel's not as good a singer as I am because she's not as pitch perfect, and not that I'm perfect, but I'm closer to pitch perfect than she is, and and I know how to sing with the mic better than she does. But she's got a more pleasing voice than I do. Some bass player is good, and it's just smoking on some purple dog. I don't know what I'm smoking. It just tasted really good though. Cause I didn't keep my strains in separate containers like when I was bagging or jarring it. I just pull buds off of whatever I had in front of me and put it in until the thing was full. Sometimes all one string, sometimes multiple strings, or I don't know what's what. But I think I had 9 different strings. At worst, I had 8 different strings. Maybe I had 8 different strings. Yeah, I had 9 plants. Action is what? Deliberation is what? Action is NESE. Deliberation is TIFI. If you mean more broadly, what does action mean versus deliberation? Well, action is doing stuff in the world, either actually doing stuff or talking out loud like I'm doing now. And you think I have the voice of 100 cooing babies? Well, thanks. Hi, show media. Why Spacey doesn't call himself Spacey anymore? And deliberation is just making a determination regarding the status of something in a way that takes time rather than knowing. Another way to ask about the definition of those things is, how is action distinct from other ways of paying attention, or how is knowing distinct from other ways of paying attention? I was thinking earlier about how I may define expert intuition as talking, basically, putting information on the external metaphysical field, if you're talking about the mechanical definition of it, right? But what you're putting out there in the external metaphysical field, you could be putting out simply an accurate reporting of what actually happened, the SI. As I pointed out before, Annie takes its foundational stuff from SI or SE and then creates around that. But sometimes what you're putting out on the external metaphysical field is just pure SI data. Nevertheless, in order to model it mechanically, we have to call expert intuition the thing that's doing that, right? That's putting the information out there. Of course, it is the case that unless you're putting out there things that you heard as quotations, then you're still having to create how to tell it in words. Hi DDX, how are you? How to don't make our feet to be like yours. I have no idea what that means. How to don't make our feet to be like yours. What? I have no idea what that means. I don't even have any feet. I'm fresh out of feet. I like that. The sentence construction though. How to don't make and to be, you've got you got 2 infinitives. One of them is to don't, which is not an infinitive, obviously. The mushrooms are kicking in. We all need to get Eric to contemplate the easiest gateway to his third eye. I suggest no questions, just deliberate hyperbole. I mean, I love questions. I don't care whether I'm on mushrooms or not. I like questions. I like answering questions. Sometimes the answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Are theats tubulars? I don't know what theats are. But I hope I have some. Is it cold where we live? It's 50 degrees and raining outside right now. That's Fahrenheit degrees. Every time I watch this YouTube channel called Walk With Me Tim, and he always says the temperature in Celsius is, and I have to always ask for a translation by the computer. Say, how many? Because he was someplace where in not Saudi Arabia, but United Arab Emirates, where it was 40 degrees Celsius. I was like, how high is 40 degrees Celsius? And it was 120 degrees. Can you believe that? It's just like in the Middle East at this fancy hotel, because he goes to hotels and stays there and makes videos about it. But when we went outside, it was 120 degrees outside. That's hot. I think it. I think it hit that before in LA, like one time. Killed a bunch of plants. Negative 40 C and negative 40 F are the same temperature. Oh, what's the same temperature going up from 32 and 0? Where do they meet again? Going up. It's like, get over yourself, Celsius. Making water freeze at 0 makes no sense at all. It's obvious to anybody that water freezes around 32. That makes sense, okay? And nothing boils at 100 degrees. It's obvious that water boils at like 212 degrees or something. That was well done, Casey Jones. I second that notion by Totes. Seconding that notion is, I guess you'd kind of call it an acorn, because the expression is second that motion, but it's not actually a motion that he made, more of a notion. I don't know if I've ever really said seconding that notion before. It was just a momentary slip of the tongue. Now I've discovered that I second that notion. It's as good an expression as I second that motion. And that song got it all wrong when he said, I second that emotion. Because you cannot second emotions. That doesn't make any sense at all. It's like, I'm feeling love. I second that emotion. Well, really what you're seconding is that notion, which explains her feelings. So you need to be more correct in your language usage, songwriter. Before I mean how to get into a situation where my teeth don't look like yours. Well, I would start with some good dental hygiene, unlike me. I'd continue right along the lines there to say, don't spend years smoking meth. That would probably help. Let's see what else. It's also the case that when I was a teenager or something, I had this what's called tetracycline staining. There was a drug that they still prescribe, I guess. Sometimes it's an antibiotic or something. But at some point, they learned that if you give it to kids whose adult teeth are still growing, then it stains them. So for cosmetic reasons, my parents took me to the dentist and had all these front teeth here uh, shaved down and put, what do they call it on it? You know, not crowns, but veneers. But ironically, those teeth I still have and are fine. There's some of those teeth, whereas the ones, I don't know, a variety of different reasons why. I mean, I lost my teeth when one day I got into a fight with a shark, and we decided to fight fairly, which means teeth to teeth, and the shark won. That's what I meant to say. That's how don't get into a tooth fight with shark. That's how. Okay, shh, so loud. Can you time emotions by seconds? Um, sure. Like, you are unlikely to, well, for example, let's say I'm laughing at a joke that I find genuinely funny. Like the other day when I was watching a YouTube video and it was explaining like the Garden of Eden narrative or something like that. And he said how at the end of after one of them had eaten the fruit, and then God came and said, "You're punished," and he said to Eve, "You're punished to know the pain of childbirth," and to Adam, he said, "You and all men are punished to toil and struggle all of your life, and then grow old and die." And I thought it was quite hilarious, and I was saying that's a smart cigarette. I laughed for quite a long time, chuckling about it. In other words, my emotion was delighted, but it had a finite span, right? And if somebody had been filming me, we could do a pretty good job of guesstimating how long that time was by how long I was chuckling out there for. It was like a couple of minutes. So yeah, you can time emotions. How do you feel? I feel like it's come. I took it some time back, and less than an hour ago. Probably about based on where I am and how much I ate, I'd say I took it about 35 minutes ago, maybe 40. Definitely still on the way up. Once a day is probably fine. It depends how much meth you're smoking, right? If you're smoking a lot of meth, you should probably brush your teeth a little more often. Also, I actually had a number of these teeth taken out over here by a dentist who's suggesting a bad course of treatment, frankly. Would have been much better to get the ones that could be saved, root canaled, and fixed up and stuff. But, I made a bad decision to say yes to that. Well, I'm not an expert on dental stuff, Popovich. I just have the experience of having had a lifetime's worth of dental problems. So it's not even just, it's like, it's easy to say, oh, well, meth made your teeth bad, but my teeth were bad from all through childhood. My whole life, my teeth have been bad. So it has a lot to do with genetics, but ironically, my mom had fantastic teeth her whole life as well. She still had all of her own teeth. Maybe there was like one crown for a broken tooth or something when she died. Um, my dad, on the other hand, his teeth weren't very good either. He had a lot of dental work done, so maybe I inherited his teeth. How to overcome the fear of the dentist? I don't know because I'm not afraid of the dentist, so I don't need to overcome it. I just have a understandable and appropriate kind of like I'm not looking forward to it. That's like not better. Even trying to sell these like magic bag removing strips or something that you order online. And the before and after pictures, the after pictures don't even look better. It just looks the same. And you look at these old people with their old wrinkly faces and crow's feet and stuff. Like their whole face is the equivalent of like bags and crow's feet. And then you put these strips right here, and it makes supposedly their bags look less. Like, why would you even care at all when your whole face looks like that? And look, I'm not one to judge like that. If you were a teacher, I would attend your class, like a survey course. Well, I am a teacher. I'm not teaching any classes you can attend right now. And when I do teach classes, of course, you can't just survey a class like that. You gotta pay for it. Have I ever taken drug there? Once in a while. Occasionally. Why were you a smoker? Because I started smoking. Because I was just born an addicty, drug addict, you know? Because, baby, I was born to drugs. Feel the mushrooms starting to, you know, give me wavy waves. But you're lucky, Tuts. I teach you all the time for free here. It doesn't need to be a structured class for me to do teaching because it's like natural to who I am. I was an amazing teacher, like way better than 99% of teachers. I was incredibly good at it. Of course, you can only maximally attain results if you're both incredibly good at it and coaching rather than teaching. Coaching is much better than teaching because coaching has a way of forcing you to only deal with the stuff that's that matters, right? You have to start with, okay, I have a finite amount of time to cover this thing, and I need to make them understand. As I have, let's pretend as I have time for making them understand 50 things. I got to pick my top 50 things, right? Or what's the most important. It's not my top favorites. It's what's going to matter to the teams to make them win rather than lose against opponents. So I'm always trying to teach top frame level down. First, teach things about the most important stuff that has the most impact on the round. Also, because you can't really understand anything underneath that except as how it's going to impact under that framework, right? So it's, and also the other beautiful thing about coaching rather than teaching is that you're fully accountable. You know, you got all these kids and their parents come to the tournament sometimes, not so much in high school, but in middle school. And, you know, and sometimes you got good parent, like classroom parent people around and stuff. But regardless, everybody's invested emotionally in winning. And unlike teaching, if you do a terrible job, there's no accountability at all because only certain people for certain in certain classes are invested in actually learning things, including me. Like I have a limited amount of satisfaction in, well, before you did badly on this test because you didn't understand it. Now you did well on the test because you do understand it. That's limited satisfaction. But when winning and losing is on the line, if you go to a tournament with a bunch of kids, a big team, and they all suck ass and they do terribly, obviously you're not gonna have a big team for long. I should do that again, no? Well, if I were to do that again, first of all, I'd have to be in the big city, Los Angeles or something like that, because you can do a lot of stuff now remotely that maybe you couldn't do before COVID. But uh, You can't teach a classroom's worth of students remotely. Um, I mean, you could, but even if you could, even if you did that, it would have to be that they'd all have to be in their own remote locations, obviously. And the key part about debate coaching is you go to all these tournaments, right? So if you're like, it also requires it requires all of you, more or less. You can't be a hugely successful winning coach without that being the center point of your life, and you can't be that without living and dying on winning and losing. I hated to lose so much more than I liked to win. I don't like losing competition debate because to me it it indicated that, but what I knew that it indicated was that I was being lazy. If we were losing, I was being lazy. That's the bottom line. The more time I put into it, granted at the top there's some diminishing returns, but if I had put enough time and devotion into the thing, then we would not have lost. And we never did when I put in that much time and energy. So I usually put in that much time and energy. But I'm not in that part of my life anymore, you know? I don't think I could care about winning that much anymore, really. I mean, because of course, winning as a coach is not about, it's not the same thing as like winning a debate, right? Winning an argument. Winning as a coach, it, winning or losing as a coach, it has to do with not just the strength of your argumentation, but also your effectiveness as a teacher. How well can I convey this information to kids, sometimes young kids, you know? I never allowed any kids younger than fourth grade to take debate because I couldn't teach it to them because they were too little. The concepts were too sophisticated for little kids. But I was surprised by the fact that I could successfully teach extremely complicated, sophisticated argumentation and everything like that. Everything I needed to teach in public forum anyway, to fourth and fifth graders. My fourth and fifth grade public forum teams kicked so much ass. It was just a foregone conclusion that everybody else was competing for second. Unless we had, well, I had more than one. If we were going to take 1, 2, 3, we're going to close out or whatever. That's what they call it in debate when you have like say all the competitors in quarterfinals, then that's the end of the tournament. They don't actually run those rounds because your own kids can never compete against each other. That's one of the rules. Well, it was rewarding for me, and it was rewarding for them too. But it was also, it's hard to be that intense all the time. Because it's not like the job goes away when the kids leave the room. You know, you got to make all the cases and cut a bunch of cards. You can, sure, kids will cut cards too, and they'll sometimes make their own cases and stuff too. But they just, they just, they just can't do it. It's surprising, right? It's like you'd think that successful debaters who've been debating for a couple of years would be able to write their own cases and stuff. They cannot. You think at least they'd be able to cut cards that are up to my standard. They cannot. Even when They've been debating sometimes for 3, 4, 5 years, and have been winning for years. Their cards are still inadequate according to my standards, and the reason is always the same. They haven't chosen to cut a card that highlights a warrant or a justification and an impact accordingly that has been adequately done with awareness of the overarching approach here. Like, no, you don't want to go down that line, even though it might seem like a card with impact in your favor right now. Also, I don't like the way you cut it because it's not concise enough and you're including redundancies or irrelevancies. And the problem here is if you go down this line and try to claim that kind of impact, even though it seems like it's legal under your framework, they can run this like connector argument and call it, say you're double binding yourself, and then defeat your prefer my framework arguments in the same process. Chances are 99% of the time that's never going to happen, right? Because I'm the only one who thought of it. But you still have a reason why I am not satisfied with these cards. Because when I cut cards, there's nothing I can think of they can do. Or I'm aware of what they can do, but this is the best. This is one of a pack of things. Like I don't have any single great card to get you from here to here, but here's 5 pretty good cards. So without having a sense of clarity about the leverage value of every step of every argument and its respective leverage value against the whole strategy, they just can never cut them right. I don't know. Occasionally you get like high school juniors, seniors who can actually do the work of a coach, but even then they're not going to be as good as me. When I first was coaching debate, I thought, wow, I am getting really lucky here because I don't know what I'm doing and we won. Well, it's not going to be like that next time. Eventually, I got rid of imposter syndrome and realized something. Oh, I'm better at this than even the other debate coaches who are all very smart people. There's not any dummies in debate coaching. I mean, there are some dummies in debate coaching, but their teams always lose. Like, lose, lose, lose. If you want your kid to lose, put him in the hands of a dumb debate coach. Charlie Kirk's death, what can you say about this? Public figures occasionally get assassinated. Especially if they're being politically divisive, but it's just all part of the unfortunate reality of politics by outrage. Maybe he himself, I don't know anything about him really, but maybe he himself was not engaged politically via the emotion of outrage and like sanctimonious self-satisfaction, but that's how most people are, it seems, who are really engaged with politics. And whether he was an example of that or not, the person who shot him was. And that's maximally realized version of politics of outrage. It doesn't matter that he was left or right, but everybody who is involved in the politics of outrage, if he was, say, a leftist, then everybody on the right is going to be like, that's what you leftists are like. Well, you fuckers are so stupid. I get it. I used to be like you too. A long time ago, around 2001, after 9/11, I was very much politics of outrage with George W. Bush. I have learned to better compartmentalize than that. There are a lot of things in the world that you can get outraged by if you choose to direct your attention towards their outrageousness. But even if something's outrageous entirely, justifies your seething anger or whatever, politically you're best off dealing with it dispassionately. No good comes from riling up your anger and sanctimony. Is that good any? I've been saying that about politics of outrage for a long time now. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I guess by my mechanical definitions, it comprises any. Well, it does for even when I think about it more deeply than that, because even though it may be sourcing from something I already know, I'm not quoting myself word for word or anything. I just have to recreate it on the fly. I was thinking about that earlier. I normally don't talk about things that I'm thinking in progress, but this and now here I am doing that. So I don't like to talk about things that I'm thinking in progress because I'll stop. Because I'm still thinking about that part, and you know. And sometimes if I get a little premature, I think I've done things like this, and then I talk about it, and then I'm not done when I start talking about it. But that's not the case here. I know I'm not done. There's a video for that about. Maybe I am done now that I think about it, but I don't want to explain it. About how can it, if I'm putting out on the external metaphysical field, and all I'm doing is saying, okay, so we went to the store today. First, we went down aisle blah and got object yeah. Then we went down aisle blah blah. Blah. I'm already just. How can that be expert intuition when I'm just conveying introverted sensing data? Well, because obviously it's converting it into words. The memory and knowledge that I went in this sequence of steps down through the supermarket, that's not known to me SI-wise as, as I describe it in words. So that's why. I didn't want to explain it because I also don't want to get in an argument with Tuck. Not because I don't want to, not because I don't want, like I'm afraid to argue the point or something, but because I don't want to bang my head against the same wall anymore. We're down by 7 points. Now 6. It's the third quarter. That's a overcomable deficit. I was actually afraid we'd make a stomp by South Carolina. Lose by a goodly amount. But it's USC. It's USC won this game. Got a lot of grit. They won last week against North Carolina State, overcoming a deficit, coming back to win it. We can do it again this week. Oh, well, we can't stop their bigs though. They seem a lot bigger than us. I'm a little worried about that. We're getting out-rebounded, which is never a good sign. If your team's getting out-rebounded substantially, it's a good sign that you're going to be susceptible to defensive and offensive consequences of their superior size as well. Superior size and or strength. Now they're up by 11. Well, unlike football, somebody was talking to me earlier about football and saying how, like me, he's got a lot of opinions about it and how they should have done things, even though he's never played football. I was like, yeah, I also have a lot of opinions about that. I didn't play football. The thing is, I did play a lot of basketball, but my opinions about it still have nothing to do with my playing. I don't think what I think about basketball from having played it. I think what I think about basketball from having watched it. I can understand a lot more by watching it because I can see everything. Whereas when I'm actually playing it, I have a limited amount of perspective. I'm hoping they kick in a lot more than this. They probably will. I made a point of trying to eat more than I ate last time because I thought I could have gone a little harder last time. A little bit of a mild mannered manner. Well, I'm glad to hear that we're not fighting tonight, Tuts. Thanks for that. Oh my goodness, we saw a big frog earlier. We see a lot of little frogs around here. It's not, I wouldn't even note that. But this frog was like, like maybe not quite as big as my hand. It was pretty big. Big for around here. It's the first big frog I've seen. It's obviously a different species than the little frogs. The little frogs, they don't grow up into that big frog because they're always little. But I wonder what's happening with that in rain. Like, when it's not been raining, it's not wet around here, around the house, then we don't see any frogs around the house. But when it rains, we do see them. But why do they come all the way up here? If they're trying to get away from the river, which makes sense because maybe it's getting too tumultuous in the stream for them, why bother coming all the way up the hill from the stream down there? I guess in theory it could be coming from the stream over there, but until this storm, that stream over there didn't even have any water in it. Now it probably does. The frogs have to pass like 3 houses. I mean, if they go in a straight line from the river, they're probably not going to hit any of those houses. And I guess they've passed 2 houses. One on the other side of Snyder Creek, one on this side of Snyder Creek, and go all the way up the hill to get to our house. Why would they go so far? They're nice. I think they're nice frogs. They're not mean frogs. They're nice, but I just don't understand why you go all the way up that hill just to get to our house when what does the house offer you other than the tree doesn't offer you if you're a frog? I mean, we have like cement around here, but it's around back. So it was like on the paving stones. I'm sure I could find some stones like that closer to the river. No frogs, you're in trouble. Too many frogs, you're in trouble. You need just the right amount of frogs. How many frogs is that? 7. You need a constant population of nearby frogs of exactly 7. Or else disaster awaits. It'll be as bad as calling a unicorn retarded is to show media. That's how bad it would be. I'm pretty sure this frog was a frog because it was slimy looking. I think toads aren't slimy, right? What did he say it was obtuse? He didn't say anything obtuse. He said some frogs equal toads. Granted, that statement is false. Some frogs are not frogs if you think they're frogs. It's hard to say, but the bottom line is some things in the general category of stuff that looks like frogs are not actually frogs, but are toads. I'm only saying this in a fatherly way. I want to stress that, but um, what's her name? Ryan Forestier. Ryan Forestier is so cute. Watch this. Look at this. I'm saying it in a fatherly way. She's always sitting on the bench. She never receives any playing time at all, but she's always so happy and cheering and everything. So that's next to Gigi. That's Ryan Forestier. Look at this smile. How cute is that, right? How adorable. She gives me a sense of like solace that at least it may have lost Kaylee Heckle, but it doesn't cause Ryan Forestier to smile any less fully. Right? Isn't that adorable? The bench player, she's always so happy, always cheering everybody on and everything. She's great. Now she's super good, seems to be good friends with Juju because Juju's injured all season, so she has to sit on the bench all the time, and that's where Ryan Forestier always is on the bench too. That's what I tell the neighborhood about you. You are adorable. Absolutely adorable. Did I tell the neighborhood that about you? You're adorable in more of a sexy way. Like I could feel towards my wife, whereas she's adorable like I feel towards the daughter. And I find her an adorable member of the team, you know. Like I find it adorable that she's friends with Juju Watkins. That's a little bit different than I find you adorable. You're not friends with Juju Watkins, but I still find you adorable. That gives you infinite points ahead of Ryan Forrest. After all, Ryan Forestier can't even make the starting lineup, whereas if you were on the team, you'd be the king of the team. Yes, women's teams have kings. Because Queen is sexist, that's why. You don't want me to be a misogynist, do you? Or do you want me to host another meeting of the International Misogyny Society? International Misogynists Association headquarters. We had a fun short. I clipped about that. When AI gets that done all the way, when they can figure out exactly like what things to clip and do that for me and have the clips be right and even title them for me would be fantastic. Then AI will truly have arrived, in my opinion. If it can be an archivist slash curator of my stuff successfully, then you will have proved yourself to me useful, AI. Heretofore, I have not found you really useful for anything except potentially making images. Oh, actually, the number one use I use AI for is to quicken the Googling process. Like, what is blah, 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 asking Google. I like the AI answers it gives just fine, usually. Occasionally, I'll have to click a link or something. ChatGPT usually gives me answers to questions I want that are satisfactory. But it's because I know what kind of questions to ask it and what kind of questions not to ask it. more. I just know what kind of questions are good for ChatGPT. So I said, okay, here's one for you. If it's a question that's not good for ChatGPT, it never crosses my mind that this question is not good for ChatGPT. But we're done by. Oh, I paused it. In this instance, G, you were right. I only have like 6 foods left on this plate. But Jesus Christ, man, are you under the impression that somehow we don't let this cat eat enough or something? I mean, I want to see you spend as much time watching that cat eat as I do. Well, I mean, you do when I'm live streaming. You spend as much time watching me as I. But when I'm not live streaming, I still have to watch him eat all the time. So he'll make me watch him eat, and then I'll like Rachel come in the room, and him knowing that Rachel doesn't know that I just watched him eat, will try to make Rachel go watch him eat, even though he's not even hungry. Oh, mushroom yawns. Wee-hoo. She's a feeder. You're one of those people who likes to find obese women and feed them food. That's a strange fetish, right? Like, would you be just as happy maybe feeding food to a skinny woman? Because she probably needs it more. It was to feed food to a skinny woman, because then you're just trying to help. Well, Ruben does have good input. He's a sensible fellow. He's also got great FE, so, you know. Yeah, he's probably an expert at schooling you so you don't even know that you've been schooled. Like a day later, I'll go like, "Hey, Ruben just schooled me, didn't he, a day ago?" Subtle like that. You gotta watch out for that guy. Probably because the feedee is alone and wrong with a feeder coming into their life. Well, that's possible. But are you saying then, Fly Guy, that feeders? I mean, 'cause surely they could find. They must prefer them to be large women because vulnerable loneliness is not endemic just to fat people. You can find horribly shattered, vulnerable, lonely people who are closer to conventional standards of beauty. I never found that acid made me sleepy, but it's been a while since I've taken it. Mushrooms do kind of make you sleepy and awake at the same time, you know. Oh, we are done diddly on. I wonder what the spread on this was. I bet it was right around here. This was what I would have guessed is we're going to lose by 12, 15 points. Here we're down by 12 points and there's a minute and a half left. We're not going to. It's possible to come back for 12 points down, a minute and a half left. Just takes 4 3-pointers and a steal and a couple other things, but well, it's not going to happen. Well, that's not what. It's not due to their eating. It's due to their genetics more than anything else. Like, it doesn't matter how much I eat. I'm never gonna become a big, beautiful woman. I, in general, don't like stuff that says you're the way you are because of your behavior, when their behavior is not even out of the ordinary. Like, oh no, I wouldn't. I was married to a fat woman. Remember Fat Guy, my second wife, and she definitely did not eat more food than me. Definitely less. How much less? It's hard for me to say, but like I regularly ate all of my food, some of hers. I had a much higher metabolism than she did. She didn't eat that much because she was always trying to watch her weight somewhat, but you know, it's like, let's say you got two people. One person, they can eat 100 candy bars and not put on a pound. The other person can eat one candy bar and put on 5 pounds. Is it fair to blame their weight on eating a candy bar? I don't think so. Now, sure, if they have an unhealthy kind of eating habit where they're binging multiple meals well past when they're full all the time, well then clearly they have some kind of behavioral disorder. But I don't know. Most obese people do not eat like that. And even if they eat twice as much as me, it still doesn't explain why they're so much more. Why because if I ate twice as much as I do, I still wouldn't put on any weight. I shit you not. I have gone through all kinds of different diets in my life, being like on meth and not eating very much, just having like one meal a day when I was when I was on meth, or even I think sometimes when I was on Adderall, I went through that phase of having one meal a day in the middle of the night at Denny's. I have the biggest meal they had. The rest of the day I just eat candy and soda. I didn't lose weight when I was doing that. I didn't gain weight. When I was the only time I really started to put on a little bit of weight was when I was in the particularly beerish phase of my alcoholism. I'd get a bit of a beer belly, and then probably as much has to do with the quantity of fluids I was consuming. Because you don't consume that many fluids if you're drinking liquor, but you have to drink, if you're drinking like a 6-pack of beer, I mean, that'd be hard for me to do now in a short period of time. Just non-alcoholic beer is filling too. Anyway, I weighed maybe 10 pounds less when I was at my skinniest, maybe 10 pounds more at my fattest, and yeah. As somebody whose body takes care of that stuff for me, in other words, it doesn't punish me for like eating until I'm full by making me fatter or something. I don't feel any like I think it's good to connect a person's weight to their behavior. Although for some people it does link to that. Like some people like me, my body doesn't get skinnier or fatter really. No matter what changes I make. Rachel's body is very responsive to changes she makes. So if she makes a little change, she'll see results quickly, one way or the other. And so other people like Candace, she was not going to see results she wanted except by absolutely starving herself to death, which she was not willing to do, understandably, or by something that's almost nearly as difficult, exercising, which he was also not willing to do. So if you want to blame something, blame them for not exercising enough, not for eating too much. I mean, underline, that's a perfectly fine argument to make with something like alcohol. Who else could you blame for a drunk's being drunk except a drunk? Because they keep putting alcohol in their mouth. So they have to stop drinking alcohol. Fair enough. Now, you're trying to say it's like that with food, except everybody has to eat food to live. It's an implicit part of being a human being. So if you're going to criticize them, don't criticize them for eating food. Criticize them maybe for not exercising. Because you could lose weight if you exercise, but even then, you have to evaluate, well, what if it takes you 4 hours of hard exercise to lose a small amount of weight and you gain weight when you eat a reasonable amount of food? I mean, at some point, just understand that people are who they are and accept them for that. Instead of constantly saying, you ought to be different and it's your fault for being the way you are because of your man. How about that? Like, it's just like the dentist trying to blame the infected dental implant on my smoking more than I said I did. Which is, it's like, listen, dickwad, if it were actually the smoking that was to blame, then both of my implants would have failed. It's probably because you put it too close to the other tooth. Regardless, people suffer all the time for their own bad decisions and for the ways in which they are that are inadequate according to societal standards. And I say, the last thing any of us need to do is to add to that suffering by saying, and it's your fault. That's not helpful. If they come to you for a solution, fine. Then you present solutions like eat less, exercise more. If they don't come to you with a solution, then you don't need to be worried about them and their body at all. Because for one thing, you're assuming it's a problem for them. But the only reason their fatness is a problem for them is because everybody hates them. Because of reasoning like yours. Like, you don't blame somebody with a congenital birth defect for not getting out of that wheelchair, right? But if we think we can find a linkage between someone's behavior and their state of affairs, well, then we're all over that. You are to blame, you dirty, dirty fat person. No, that's not good. Not helpful, and not actually, honest with ourselves. Well, if it was me and I had to put in 4 hours a day, pick things 4 hours of the things out of my schedule to all of a sudden devote myself to changing who I am so much that I can meet your fucking standards. Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. How about you stop worrying about how fat I am? And all not to keep you for your skinniness. Like, hey, what are you, dressed up as a Holocaust victim? Go eat some food, skinny motherfucker. God, these skinny people. It's like, do you not know how to use a fork? And what's up with that? You're already too skinny. Why are you exercising? Get inside and sit down and be lazy. You are too skinny, and I do not accept your body at all. And it's your own fault. You're eating not enough, and you're exercising too much. And what matters is my having to look at you. I have to look at your skinny self, and I don't like it. ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I need a feeder is what I need. I'm never going to get fat enough without a feeder constantly shoving food down my mouth. I need to be treated like a goose whose liver is going to be made into pate. Where you put a little chute down my throat and just pour food into my stomach directly. People are like, oh, that's so cruel. I watched videos of them doing it. It's over in like 5 seconds and you're just like, oh. They're like, hey, I got to eat all that food without chewing. Thank God. Chewing just makes my mouth tired. Wouldn't you prefer to eat like that? I would. No, the iron line, you're using the wrong pronoun. What you meant to say was, I work out to better myself, not to impress others. Even though, for me also, that makes sense if the pronoun is first person singular. It's inaccurate of me when you say you, what you mean is one. No, there's no reason to conclude that other people share the same values and find the same things important as you do. In fact, there's ample reason to think that other people don't agree with you. Anyway, I get it. Like, there's this tendency in life for people to be like, well, I can do it, you can do it. Which is one of my least favorite expressions. Like, you get some ESTJ woman who's eating healthy and not exercising all the time and is like, well, I don't know what's wrong with those people. If I can do it, they can do it. Because they're different people than you fuck. They don't want to do it. They don't want to spend their time doing that. They don't want to be like you, TESI. I know they could if they were also TESI, maybe. You say they can. Well, in theory, at gunpoint, maybe they could. But they don't want to is what matters. Well, I'm an ESTJ, I got to bed at the same time, get up at the same time, eat healthy and exercise and get all my tasks done. And if I can do it, you'll come too. Only by being you, which is never, I'm going to be okay with that. It's like, no, you can still totally be yourself. Just act like me all the time. Okay, well, that's not a way I can be myself. It's like my ex-wife Candace would be like, okay, so here's the role that you're playing in my play, and here's the things you have to do. Now, here's the good news. You get to do these other things however you want, as long as there's those things within these frames of reference. Like, listen, bitch, I'm not in your play. Okay? I don't think you're in my play, so fair's fair, right? No, she definitely thought I was in her play, she was the director, and the rest of it needed to follow instructions and play our roles. No, woman, I don't share the same values as you in the same way, because even though we both have N's and F's as absolute values, you're anti-polar. So, I mean, it's like all the juicy, good, fat parts of intuition are completely absent from you. Trying to have an argument with her that went anywhere was insane because she had no concept of relevance, right? They'd bring up totally irrelevant things. I'd say, listen, stop shifting ground. We're talking about this, But I didn't understand at the time. She had no ability to not shift ground. I was hitting her right in her polar when I was saying, this singular determinate thing. They were just like, what? No, never is it the case that things are singular and determinate. Heaven forbid. But what about that time you did something totally irrelevant to what we're talking about? Or the fact that I one time did something is absolutely not relevant to what we were talking about then. Even if it's only relevant in the sense like, you fucked up, Candace. Well, one time you fucked up, Eric. So that's not relevant to what we're talking about now. You want to talk about my fuck up from a long time ago, then you can start a separate conversation later about that. Well, because everything was done primarily so that she could take pictures of it, put it up on social media to prove to everybody what a perfect family we were. So perfect, in fact, that she'd occasionally have, it's only I thought it was the end of the game. It was the end of the third quarter. We're down by 12 still. We're down by 12. So I don't feel like these are going to hit that hard again. Do I need to give it more than a week between? Because I ate more this time. That's annoying. I thought I had resolved the problem of not being high enough on mushrooms. But I guess I didn't solve the problem. That's why I hate TE. Because sometimes you think you have a solution, and reality is like, no, you still haven't figured it out. Well, how long till I do? You have no way of knowing. That's what I don't like about TE is if let's say I begin to try to solve a problem that I'm not sure how I'm going to solve it right now. And the solution is contingent on me successfully figuring out how to solve it. I have no idea whether that's going to take 30 seconds or 3 years until I engage it in an interfacey way. You just cannot predict how long or if at all you're going to be able to figure out how to solve this problem. Maybe if you got great TE, you're not worried about not being able to figure it out or how long it's going to take you to figure it out or something like that. But I'm always going into it expecting the least amount of time. I have a tendency in general to predict things are going to take a lot less time than they actually do. How long do you think it take me to fix that dryer? I don't know, about 3 minutes. Actually, the dryer was very easy to fix. It just required me to look it up on the internet. And I bought a tool I didn't actually end up needing. It's like, there's a problem with listening to other people's TE too. They start by saying, first, get an electric circuit tester to see so you can diagnose what the problem is. But I already knew what the problem was. But I bought this electric circuit tester. Not that it was expensive or anything. I thought I was going to need it to fix it. Because I ordered the part, and I was like, okay, well, how do I fix it? How do I fix it? And then it said, it's probably this. This is my problem. How do I fix it? It's probably this. And so I ordered that part right then. Then I was like, okay, well, how am I going to replace it? And it said, first get your circuit tester. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I got to get a circuit tester. I didn't need that at all. I didn't need that at all. You know what term I think I'm going to start using is gutted. I was a bit gutted over that. It means like bummed out or that was shitty or whatever. I hear this guy, Tim, use it in his YouTube videos. Of course, Tim also uses the term over-exaggerate, which I hate. I don't like that term at all. We're going to lose this game because we cannot rebound the ball. 13 second chance points versus 6. Not good. But that didn't even begin to tell the story. We're getting outboarded badly. And it doesn't matter how good our defense is, we stop a shot if we can't get the rebound. Will you stop insulting Fly Guy Touch? Jesus. What do you think you're going to accomplish? You want to make him feel insulted, I guess, is what you think you're going to accomplish. You can just insult me. It's fine. One of the problems with insulting Fly Guy is anybody who likes Fly Guy is just going to think you're being a douchebag. What am I doing? Playing the piano? I can't play the piano. Why would I do that? And Fly Guy, just to be fair, stop insulting Tuts. You don't need to do that. You're not worthless, Tuts. You have worth. And Fly Guy, you're not a tool bag. You do not carry tools. I can say both of you are factually false in your insults. And that's maybe the biggest crime of all. Well, Toots, even if you firmly believe that, what I said still remains true. If you insult somebody and other people in the world like that person, and other people are going to think that you're being a douchebag. In the most charitable hypothetical, they're going to think you're being a douchebag. In the least charitable, they're going to think you are a douchebag. I don't like playing music on mushrooms. Well, I like Fly Guy. I thought that was kind of implied by what it was saying. I didn't want to figure out that you do the syllogistic math. But, you know, since you didn't pick up what I was putting down, I just said directly, I like Fly Guy. And whether or not you do the conditionality math, that's up to you. I picked up that expression. If you're not getting what I'm putting, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I got that expression from the Fat Electrician. He's a YouTuber. He uses it a lot. He's very entertaining. He's also correct about things in general. I've not heard him be incorrect about anything. It's a better way to put that. And I've heard him be correct about plenty of things that people aren't necessarily correct about. So. I can't play music when I'm on mushrooms. I just can't really say why. It's like I forget what I'm doing and also how to do it because mushrooms make me so wild. As you can see, I can't play music on mushrooms very, very well. I've never been able. It's not anything. Well, I guess it's just because playing music is hard. I mean, you could play whatever. If you're not trying to do anything of any value, then it's not hard. I could just go like, that's not hard. That's easy. Just going like that. Anybody can do that. I think what else is easy? Playing music with like chords and stuff on this piano because of its automatic play a thing feature. I just think it's like maybe somebody going, look how good I am on the piano. Just going. Oh, seriously, I'm super good on the piano. Look, just listen. See how good I am? I'm an amazing piano player. Could you use that on the piano? I don't think so. Big skills, man. I spent years studying classical music. Shit like this doesn't just happen. You gotta be good. You gotta devote yourself over the course of years. See? No, there's no way you could be this good on the piano without practicing for years. You'll be shitty on piano, my dear, if you don't care about being any good. I guess it's fine as an experimental way to shine. Look at me, I'm so good at piano. I didn't need those lessons after all. You can take away your sheet music and give it back to the trees and fall for all I care. I don't care if you spend 10 years at the piano, you're not as good at me. I just spent a few days at piano, but I'm super good, you see, 'cause I'm a genius. Get your classical music training out of here. Thanks to the Yamaha blah 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 keyboard. I don't know what kind it is, but a PSR25 keyboard, I was able to bypass all of those years of training. Yeah. I'm making everybody who took piano lessons feel so foolish. Why would I take piano lessons? So you not only hate Fly Guy, but you hate ESTPs as well, huh? You also hate my daughter. You hate Fly Guy and my daughter. Okay. Well, you don't even know my daughter. And I thought you couldn't collapse people, complex people down into just categories like that. Hey there. I hate your friend and your daughter. Oh, okay. What are you hoping to accomplish here? I just want you to know how much I hate them. I want them to know how much I hate them as well. Well, I'm not going to tell Delilah you hate her. I mean, not because I'm concerned that she'd feel bad, but she'd wonder why in the world I'm telling her that some random guy on the internet doesn't like her, who doesn't even know who she is. I don't know what I would tell her that. In fact, I'm not going to tell her that, 'cause I'm not dumb like that indeed. Hey there, you, won't you listen to me? I hate your daughter and your friends, you see. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that. Okay, let me write that down. You hate my friend and also my daughter. Okay, I guess that's your... But you know you could keep your hatred to yourself. I didn't think of you as somebody who hated my daughter before. I guess you wanted to let me know. Oh, I put the wrong one. Sometimes I'll try to push the change to the next part button, but I think it's here, but it's really there. And I push the end button. Well, I guess that song is fine being ended there. I can bounce back from an ending, it's true. I used to try to convince my friends to eat dog food. Well, the question I have is, were you successful? And also, what arguments did you use? So it's like, if you were telling them, come on, trust me, I'm your friend, and that was your reasoning, that's very bad. Your reasoning was, dogs can eat it, why not you? Well then, it's up to them to be smart enough to realize that that's not a good argument. He probably said it's good. That's fine, as long as you didn't, like say, I'll be really hurt if you don't eat this, or something like that. I didn't have the thing on, I guess. I need to change my sound. Change my sound. That's how that song goes. I'm a donkey. That's why they call it the clavichord, because it sounds like a donkey. What do you see? And what do you know? And where do you go when you've nowhere to know? And what would you say if everyone was gay? You'd probably point out that the population hasn't very long to go. We need straight people to make babies, otherwise the population will just go away. And that's why it doesn't matter how appealing it is. You can't be gay unless you naturally are, because you have an obligation to perpetuate the species forever. I did it again. I pushed the wrong button again. It's like the stove. I want to show you the stove so I can explain why I am constantly confused by it. The other day, Rachel asked me, after we've lived here for 3 years, although we haven't had the sink that long, which direction is hot, forward or backwards? I actually know that one. Forwards is cold, backwards is hot. Okay, so I knew the answer to her question. If she asked me which one of these is the front and which one is the back, I would have been baffled as she. So, if you look at these little pictures here, the way I see these little pictures is top, bottom. So, the top is always obviously the front, and the bottom is the back. He said it's not true. We're supposed to be imagining this thing flipped like this, so that's the back. But why would we imagine it flipped like that? That doesn't make any sense. I like this stove a lot, but I don't like these at all, because they're lies masquerading as the truth. They're only true if you imagine it flipped that way. Well, what? So I say, well, my lie would have been true if I just added a knot. Thanks a lot, stove. Thanks a lot for your lying and pictures. Nobody's gonna imagine it flipped this way. Like, imagine, like, okay, the thing is this direction. You're like, wow, you have to imagine the thing flipped this way. It's actually that direction. That's not, what? Nobody's going to imagine it like that. You're going to go, okay, well, the top, obviously, is the front. Because the front is closer to the top than the back. Everybody knows that front is higher than back. I wish that the AI, instead of clipping just one highlight, it clipped like one highlight per 30 minutes. Okay, but Touch, again, you don't believe that you can determine anybody's type at all. You think that people are too complex for you to use a test question to evaluate their type. The only way we can know someone's type is to ask Tuts and his intuition. So, there's no point in you even talking about, like, well, I think she's whatever, because you think people's type can't be determined by actual assessments. So, it doesn't matter what you think her type is. Like, even a person whose intuition is right on the money and is correct can't expect another person to listen to what they're saying purely on the fact that they intuit differently than you do. unless you got some sort of like uh, intuitive correctness meter that, which is impossible because your intuition can't be more or less correct in general, right? In every instance, you're going to know it's this type. In some of the instances, at least, you're going to be wrong. Maybe all of them, but some of them at least. Because not knowing something does not mean it's true, right? I know that Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, and that happens to be true, according to the history teachers and stuff, you know? Well, it's because I remember it. I also remembered that you steam broccoli for 8 minutes. Even though last time we Googled it, and I was surprised that it was just 8 minutes, not longer. But it was actually 5 minutes. And the reason I remembered it as 8 is because I thought it was going to be way bigger than 5. So I just settled on 8 as a more reasonable answer, I guess. I don't know why I remembered it as 8 minutes instead of 5. But we asked it again. I said, no, it didn't say 5. Rachel asked again, and sure enough, it said 5. Just like I knew that there was one sign of the Yosemite Buns and Shakes that didn't say Yosemite on it, and that's why I thought they were called Buns and Shakes. And then we went back there, and every single sign in the place said Yosemite Buns and Shakes. But I knew it was otherwise, but I was wrong. Because knowledge can be wrong. Unlike determination, knowledge can't be checked for system integrity, process integrity. So it's true that having somebody in my life who's got good introverted intuition, that can be a lifesaver in certain instances, critically valuable, but also it can be wrong. You know, be wildly, totally wrong. Like when my dad died, Rachel thought that it'd be a good idea to call Joyce Wang as a realtor. I floated the idea. She thought it was a good idea because my dad had a shit ton of fridge magnets. It said Joyce Wang on them, realtor. She sent him those in the mail, and he just put them on the fridge over and over again. Rachel thought it meant that, you know, he liked her as a realtor and or thought she was a worthwhile person to call because he kept all of her fridge magnets, but there's no reason in the world why he would have done this, but he did anyway. He didn't take down these old fridge magnet things, which were calendars, right? He had like previous year's calendars magnets up there still. So Rachel's intuition was that he had a reason for doing that, and it linked to something, but he didn't have any reason because he was antipolar. Oh, well, what if you're wrong, Tess, but you're guaranteed? I get my money back? Are you sure you should be guaranteeing things are true without checking? Like, you've never had a conversation with her, asked her any questions. You've never attempted to tell whether this approach here, which I can reliably assume, real ESPs, you don't even have, like, bullshit versions of that, right? Like, somebody might say, well, real ESTPs don't wear red or something. You don't even have something totally wrong like that to rely on. It's just, you just guarantee things because you know with your intuition. But as I pointed out, one can know things and be wrong. Rachel thought she knew that my dad somehow validated Joyce Wang, or whatever her name was. In reality, he just mindlessly kept refrigerator magnets. I mean, sometimes, very often, in fact, probably more often than not with introverted intuition, is that, well, at least if it's high up, you made the right intuitive conclusion. It's just that reality sometimes doesn't doesn't go along with your intuition, right? Meow plus meow should indicate meow. But in this case, actually, those things are all just coincidences. It happens a lot. I mean, that would be a different kind of intuition. It would be more broken down into chunks, right? Like intuiting this conclusion from these cues, rather than what you're doing, which is basically FE shit, right? Who knows what you actually conclude about anything, if anything? Your engine here is, how can I establish that I know better than Eric about typology, even though you don't know anything at all. Like if you knew something, you'd be able to answer like, so what was it about my daughter that gave it away? Or even if you can't say, well, it's one single thing, what was one thing that contributed to your intuiting this? At least, because then if you gave us any information at all, we could ask questions about it, and you wouldn't have any answers, right? Why are these mushrooms not, like, hitting? It's crazy. I purposely did not take any Klonopin yesterday because I didn't want it to negatively impact my mushroom trip. I haven't taken any Prozac in a long time. It's been a week since I last took mushrooms. I ate more than I took last time. And I'm tripping maybe even less or the same amount, maybe. What's going on? What's going on, metabolism? Aren't you metabolizing the drugs and making me high? Oh, you've heard interactions and seen them. Okay, so what was one of those interactions that gave it away for you? Oh, do you remember, like, oh, it was this interaction? I said, oh, she's not an ESTP. Like, even intuition is triggered by something, right? Like, in some moment, you're intuitively aware and previously you weren't, right? So, what gave it away for you? Or even if you can't specify what gave it away, what was the interaction that brought it all together and made you realize, she's not an ESTP? Trust. I have afforded your words more attention and actual energy, like exponentially more than the quality of the words justifies. Because I treat people's words as honest attempts to come to a conclusion or resolve a question or something. But your words are not that at all. I just kind of, I don't know, I just reflexively go to my default, which is you treat people's words as though they meant what they said, and if they didn't, that'll be apparent soon enough. So even if you don't think my daughter's an ESP, you are aware that I think she's an ESP. I'm convinced of it. So accordingly, I'm convinced that you hate my daughter if you were telling the truth about hating ESP. Of course, now I'm also convinced that you have no idea who an ESP is if you don't think my daughter's one. So who do you hate? I don't know. Random people that you want to put that label on? Like, if I hate you, you must be an ESTP? Is that how it works? And if I don't hate you, you're not? I don't know. The point being that, given that I firmly believe she's an ESTP, and you hate ESTPs, then one can conclude that I firmly believe you hate my daughter, right? Although I actually don't think you have any feelings at all or anything. It's just FE scrambling. I don't know. It's just being pets. Just Shaw reincarnated. This show is more toxic than you, though. You have stretches of time where you're being perfectly pleasant and normal. But somebody put in the comments I saw saying you're TI polar. Well, you're not knee enough to you, that's for sure. But I don't know if that's accurate or not. It is the case that TI polar likes to say people are too complex to be. In other words, what they're really saying is you can't do black and white assessments on anything. But it's not just TI polar people who might use that argument. You know, anybody pushed into a corner who doesn't know what they're doing will try to fall back on like vagueness as an argument. Like we can't actually be precise about things. So it's not just TI polar that does that. Anybody pushed into a corner argumentationally who isn't aware of how that's just a one-way road to defeat will tend to do that. And obviously most people are not debaters. They're part of the laity, as we call. Like in debate, we call people who aren't debaters lay people, like we're at church or something. Oh, it's a lay judge. It means they don't actually know anything about debate. So anyway, 99.9% of the population are laity. And accordingly, very, very many different types might actually say that, make that argument. And with Tuts, it's not an argument he made until very late in the round, right? It's kind of a Hail Mary, let's negate because you're saying things. I think it's revelatory for me to think of things in those terms. You know, because it doesn't make any sense to me when I first read it. It's like, oh, why would you make that mistake? You just conceded everything. At this point, my response to whatever he says is going to be, well, you don't think that we can actually use any test to find out what type somebody is. So obviously your opinion about what somebody's type is doesn't matter because nobody else can check your work. But it was like, why would you make such a bonehead move like that? It's easier to think of it and realize it if I think of it in terms of debaters lost in the middle of a round, grasping for some kind of argument, you know, that they think helps them, not aware that they're signing the papers on their own doom argumentationally. I also get like a little winded sometimes on mushrooms. I think it's because I kind of forget to breathe. I gotta say, if you want to talk about me giving design grades to God for human being, I'm gonna give him a D, maybe a C minus on teeth. I'm gonna give him a C on eyes and ears because those aged poorly. I'm gonna give him an A plus on lungs because these babies have processed so many drugs, and I used to have a massive lung capacity, and they just keep on ticking. Oh, how did Flat Guy prove he was an ESTP? If you think that a sentence he writes in chat is enough to determine for sure that he's an ESTP, but none of my actual assessments that other people can try for themselves and evaluate objectively, like other people can critique my approach because I say what it is, right? And they can evaluate it and offer critiques. That's not adequate for me to be able to type anybody and know what their type is. But one sentence in chat is enough to prove it to you that he's an ESTP. So what is it? What was the giveaway, Tuts? Or what are you queuing on so that we can copy you? Oh, You're not queuing on anything. You're just trying to attack Fly Guy because you don't like him because he calls you out on shit sometimes. Oh, am I just wasting my time with this intelligent parsing of what you're doing because ultimately you're just being a petulant little child? Yes. Like, when you are drowning, don't cling harder to the boulder you're holding. Let it go. That's what I've always been like. I shake my head about, and it used to make me mad. Now I kind of expect it. When you are wrong, don't double down on your wrongness. And people do this all the time. Like, they're wrong, and when they something makes them aware of that, either a person tells them or reality or whatever, and instead of realizing, oh, this wrongness is tainting me with this wrongness, and letting go of it, they cling harder to it. They double down. Not only do I say this, I say it twice as much with more impacts of blah, 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 blah. Like, it's not going to work any better this time. When you hitch your buggy to a fake horse, you're not going anywhere. And it's not, the fact that I'm pointing this out is just me doing a public service. It doesn't matter if I point this out or not, right? The problem here is the rock you're clinging to, and you can let that rock go. You don't have to cling to it. Me pointing this out is just a natural consequence of your insistence on clinging to the rock. TI Polar is not admitting complexity is unsolvable, especially with regards to a human being. Well, then how did you solve it so definitively for Fly Guy? You solved it. TI Polar is not admitting complexity, of course. TI Polar does not have to do with something vague like that, right? How would you test to see if somebody doesn't admit complexity is unsolvable? And it's absolutely not the case that complexity is unsolvable. Even for what appear to be unsolvable complexities, you can have things like Feynman approaches that approximate adequately in the process, and at the end have a way of ripping out that uncertainty that comes from the approximations. In other words, people are remarkably agile in solving things that would appear to be unsolvably complex. Now, there are exceptions, like we can't predict weather very far into the future, but we're not trying to predict human behavior here. We're trying to articulate how an individual's ways of paying attention, primary and secondary ways of paying attention, definitionally inform us about their relationships with all the possible ways of paying attention. So one of the nice things about wrongness, though, is that so it doesn't even if I'm not helping, and if I'm pointing out that they're clinging to a boulder, it makes them cling to the boulder twice as hard or whatever. It's still a good thing for me and for everybody else because it's very instructive when you have examples of wrongness to critique and explain why it's wrong. In the process, I explain what's right. So, yes, you do have uh, uh, you do have value and important role to play here, Tuds, which is to say, you prompt me to offer an alternative, correct understanding of things, which is an excellent explanation for anybody who wants to hear it, who can understand and wants to uh, have an answer rather than uh, nothing can be answered except by my intuition. Dude, listen, read my comment. His sentences and comments reinforce it. But what you don't seem to be getting here, Touch, is the implicit contradiction of what you're saying, right? So on the one hand, you're saying that TI Polar is not recognizing the unsolvable complexity of a human being. On the other hand, you're saying that he's an ESTP, that you solved his unsolvable complexity. You know what type he is, and that means something specific. You can know about who he is and what he's like based on that label. So you can't have it both ways. Either humans are unsolvably complex and there are no types to talk about, or there are types and that means something specific, and it's something that other people can check for accuracy, not just you and your subjectivities, right? That's fine. I'm not tripping very hard, and I don't dislike this, right? I have no problem admitting I'm wrong, guys. ESTP, not a doubt. You're given all your merits. So, what are your merits? TI polar is not admitting complexity is unsolvable. Okay, you know that ESTP is not TI polar, right? So you said, let's see what else you said. Yeah, fly guy, I won't make you look the fool anymore. Okay, I have heard interactions that's about Delilah. So here we are with fly guy. Yeah, fly guy, I won't make you look the fool anymore. He then said, do you want me to explain, Eric? Fly guy, you are just you just are that phlegm we all cough up trying to get rid of. I mean, I'm not trying to get rid of him at all. I like him. And then you say, definitely ESTP, thanks for proving that, fly guy. When he said, wow, Touch, it looks like you're the phlegm now. How is it that when you call him phlegm, it doesn't make you ESTP, but when he calls you phlegm, it makes him ESTP? Yes, fly guy, you are ESTP is your next comment, next chat. TI polar is not admitting complexity is unsolvable, especially with regards to a human being. That you're saying this literally one breath after you've said definitively that he's guaranteed ESTP is very much an example of TI polar. Not recognizing that you've just walked into an obvious contradiction. You can't both say things are unsolvably complex in one breath, and the next breath say, I have solved your complexity completely, and I understand you, fly guy. And then you also say, you've given your reasons, right? I watched your typing of him. That guy is no INTJ. That is my reference. Okay, you're just saying, it's just another way of saying the same thing. I intuit, for reasons I will not share, this fly guy is ESTP. It is not giving reasons for things. His sentences and comments reinforce it. That's not anything. If it does, then give us a sentence or a comment that reinforces it and explain why it reinforces what you're saying and not something else. That's not just saying that some random sentences and comments. Why is he guilty? Because he committed some crimes. Well, which crimes? I'm not going to tell you. Dude, listen and read my comments. What is there to hear? And then you say, I have no problem admitting I'm wrong. The guy is ESTP, not a doubt. Okay, well, were you just as sure before when you were wrong with that type being something else? Well, then most appallingly, you then say, look at his comments, all SE. No, extroverted sensing is not something, it's not typing into the chat anything, right? We're all here currently engaging in talking stuff. It's not extroverted sensing. It's the alternative to extroverted sensing. It's the other way of being, is to be here and talk. It doesn't mean he's not an ESTP, because ESTPs certainly can talk too, right? You're saying what he's talking about is ESTP topics. Again, you called him phlegm, and then he called you phlegm, and that proves he's ESTP. But then most appallingly, you're not giving any actual reasons, right? Like, look at his comments, all SE. Well, point out one of the comments that is SE and why it's SE, in your opinion, you know? Not just expect us to do all your work for you, right? You're making the case that he's ESTP, and you're asking us to do all of your work for you. Read them. And at some point you say here that you've made all of your arguments. No, you need to read them. No, because you're making the claim that they indicate he's ESTP. I'm not making that claim. So instead of reading all the comments and finding out if I agree with you that they're extroverted sensing, which I already don't because talking is not extroverted sensing, why don't you highlight a specific thing he said, explain why it's SE versus something else? Explain your rationale. You want us to do all of your work when you're the one making the claim that it's ESTP. Think about it. Like this exchange here tonight is very, very indicative of TI polar, where you've got contradictions, one breath from the other, and are completely oblivious about the fact that you're contradicting yourself. That's TI polar. And I didn't think coming into this that you were TI polar. How many conflicts I've had with you in the past, I didn't really think about your type at all. But seeing contradictions like that with one breath to the next, and you obviously oblivious about it, that's a strong indication of TI polar. And then when you said that you've given your reasoning for it, I mean, you haven't given any reasons. You accuse me of not, the problem is I'm not reading your chats or something. It's insane, right? It's absolutely insane. You cannot possibly believe you've done enough work to convince anybody of anything here, right? You've just said that based on your intuition, the stuff that he said was SE, but you won't cite anything he said or explain why it's SE at all, and you're asking us to read it and conclude the same thing you did. Well, that's TI polar. You're just not getting how correctness works at all. There's a reason why the person making the claim, when it's called into doubt by somebody else, that person has the burden to make the case for it. And if they fail to do so, we default to the negation. Otherwise, all I'd have to do is say, you're a criminal, and you'd have to make the case that you're not, negating every possible crime, right? So that's why it's naturally and unavoidably the case that the person making a claim needs to make the case, and the person negating the claim doesn't need to do anything until after that person's made the case, at which point they can negate it. You refuse to make the case. You are skewed, it will be apparent. TI polar is discounting complexity? Boy, oh boy. That's not a definition, right? I can't know if anybody's TI polar unless I check with you to see if their positions on things discount complexity. The reason we operationally define things is not so that you can know what they mean, but so that somebody else can use the term to determine something. So yeah, it's like, this isn't bothersome to me. It may be bothersome to viewers watching. I don't mind being continually presented with like teachable moments. Like, okay, well, obviously Tuts doesn't get the way that the claims work. You can't just go and say, well, I believe that lake is a mountain. And I say, well, good for you. So, no, you should believe it's a mountain too. All right, okay, make a case. And you say, well, first, go to the library and read about lakes and mountains. I'm not doing your work, dog. You make the case, obviously. If you want to convince me that lake's a mountain, then explain to me why. Not I observed things, not how you came to the conclusion, but why in a way that I can test other people and find out let's find out. Well, whatever it was that triggered Tuts to conclude Flacco was an ESTP, I want to be able to know if someone's an ESP too. I want to be able to take that test and apply it to some other party, like Kevin over here, let's say, and find out if he's an ESP. So won't you share with us your test that you used to conclude that? You have made the case? Let's go over what you said, okay? You said his chat proves he's ESTP because his words he says are SE. But you have not quoted any of those words, nor have you explained why it's SE, nor have you even indicated what's cued you to something being SE so that we can use your test too, right? You have not done any of those things. If this is the case you made, then obviously we negate. You have failed to make any case at all. You just made the accusation, the claim is an ESTP. And then when I asked you, well, what's your reasoning? You said, read his chats. That's not your reasoning. That's his chats. What is your reasoning? I'm not interested in what he says. I'm interested in what your reasoning is. No, you're not even questioning my beliefs. You're not answering my question. I want you to explain to me so that I can better be able to type people ESTP. Wrong, because I thought my daughter was ESTP. She's not. Now help me understand how you knew that Fly Guy was ESTP so that I can use that trick too. Because, maybe it is the case that you made the case, but I can't grasp it. So make it better, right? Do a better job of it. Explain it to me so that I can use your trick. Read. Reading it, know his typing and his words have reinforcement. Read the comments, don't spin. I'm reading all of your chats, okay? You're asking me to read his chats and conclude what you concluded. But what I'm saying is, what was the reasoning you used from his chats to conclude what you did? So, for example, not every single one of his chats reads exactly the same way, right? Are all of them equally SE? And if so, what component of the chats that he said is SE and why? So that I can agree with you. And I can't agree with you if you don't give me any actual of your reasoning, right? Of your reasoning, not of what he says or anything like that, but why you concluded what he says means what it means. You haven't put any of that at all. Have an idea for a new video based on this conversation? No. Because this isn't just TI polar, right? Touches additionally, he's got self-concept issues. Like, I make him feel threatened rather than just like, I don't have to, he doesn't have to find it threatening because he should, like, okay. One time when I was in college, I went out to, I like to surf a little bit. I was a terrible surfer, but I like to go ride the little teeny waves, try to stand up, try not to fall off, It was a form of exercise, kind of relaxing. Well, one day there was big waves coming in. I also live near steamers, which is a place where you have to like jump off these rocks to get in. There's no shore right there. And it's famous for having big sets sometimes. I went out there with a house longboard because I didn't know. I was such a bad surfer that I didn't know that I had no business being out there in those big swells, right? Because ultimately, I'm not a surfer. And I never was going to be good at it. I'm too tall, I have too high of a center of gravity, and I didn't start young, etc. So then I went out in those big waves, and like somebody said something to me like, "What are you doing out here?" Before I even had gone like 3 paddles. And I tried to get on a wave, and I got fucking wiped out hard. It broke the house longboard in half, and I had to make the swim of shame all the way around the edge to where there was a shore to get out. And the reason is because even though I'm not a surfer, I tried to act like one. And there's nothing wrong with not being a surfer at all. But because I didn't have my self-concept somehow involved in this, I didn't take from that experience, no, I am a surfer. I'm going to show you. I did not do that because I just say, "Oh, Eric, you're so dumb. Why did you think you could do that?" Now everyone's mad at you because you broke the house longboard. And you could have gotten hurt. You were fine after that wipeout, but there was big waves out there. I could have gotten hurt, you know. So I had some sense about it. The point is that it's understandable when we think we belong someplace, we don't, when we haven't been there before. But if you don't learn any lessons from the stark reality of you don't belong in this space doing this at this level, you're gonna experience some stark realities. If you don't learn from those and double down on your wrongness, then you're just hurting yourself, right? So like you are obviously aren't going to change what's correct. You're not going to change me and my ways, and you're not going to convince me that me and my ways are bad. So trying to pretend like you're a big wave surfer too, that you know what you're doing, that you can make cases for things, that you have made a case for something, etc. At some point realize this isn't where you're meant to be intellectually, right? It's not, you're not, it requires skills that you don't have, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with not having those skills. There is something unfortunate about continuing to insist you do while displaying none of them and sharing none of them with anybody in ways they can understand. People are just going to think you're an idiot. I mean, I have the answer. Well, what is it? I'm not going to tell you, but you can do this homework and conclude it yourself. No, nobody is going to want that deal, right? Nobody wants to be assigned homework from you. And if you really have something instructive to tell us, then just tell it straightforward in a way that we can understand and appreciate, rather than being enigmatic and not answering questions. You know, one of the rudest things you can do, in my opinion, of course, this is my cognitive function bias, is to not answer the question asked. You can always answer the question asked by saying, I'm not going to answer that. That's fine too. I'm not going to answer that question because of whatever reason. You don't have to give any reason at all. But it's a matter of being honest, right? Either answer the question or say, I'm not going to answer the question. Don't just ignore the question, answer a different question, give a response that's not an answer, etc. Don't do those things. Those things are extremely rude and piss me off. Because you have available to you an answer that you can use anytime. I'm not going to answer that question. At least then you just don't leave the other person hanging, right? I mean, yeah, that's like to whatever I say, it's wrong, you know. Or if not, no, Eric, you really do say some good things, and you've got a lot going for you, and you'll get there someday, sport. I'm never gonna get to Typology tips. I'm sorry. I'm who I am, not who you are. And you'll note the point of the surfing thing is, even though I was not meant to be a surfer, it doesn't mean there aren't things that I am good at, right? And just as not being good at surfing and being good at other things is not a critique of me at all, so too it is not a critique of you to say, you know, you're ill-equipped attentionally to be making a case for something, right? You might be correct and know things, and that's fine. But you've got to acknowledge, even to yourself, that you're not good at making a case that others should listen to. Because put yourself in the position of the other person, right? I'm looking for some reasons to agree with you, to believe you, but you're not giving any. You're telling me to find your reasons. I'm exhibiting what? Oh, is that saying I'm ESFP? I didn't hear that. I'm exhibiting TE? Okay, you don't know what TE is at all. So what do you think TE is? Give me a definition of TE that I can use to determine whether something's TE. TI polar is different than TE though, right? TI polar is FI tool. So was I exhibiting TI polar or was I exhibiting TE? You are stating TI polar things in my arguments. So what's an example of a TI polar thing? What's something that I've said, or you could paraphrase. Paraphrase is fine. You don't have to be quoting me exactly. But what's an example of something I said that's a TI polar thing? One of the points that I've made. So I mean, because I'm doing everything I can here to help you to make a case for something. If you were inclined to try to make a case, to try to be convincing to us. So let's help you convince me. What is one of the things I said? What is one of the points I've made that exemplifies TI pool? Let's start with just that simple question. So what is the one of the things that I've said that you identify as TI polar? Because I made distinct points. For example, I made a point that that you're asking others to agree with you, and I made a point that others are going to look for you to provide reasons as to why they should agree with you. So, is one of those points TI polar? Well, I can go over points that I made right here, okay? And you can tell me which one of them is TI polar. I made the point that you telling me to read his chats and draw your conclusions is I'm not going to do I'm not going to do your work for you. That's your work essentially. And if you want me to agree with you, you're going to have to make the case. That's one of the points I made. Is that TI polar? Okay, look, if what I'm saying is just ramblings, and I'm sure that's how it sounds to you, right? Because you're not equipped to deal with what I'm saying based on like information conveyance, right? So even though what I'm actually doing is conveying information in distinct points, hopefully things that are somewhat insightful or at least correct. And that's what I'm trying to do, right? But I'm not always successful in being concise, what have you. But even when I'm not successful at being concise, I do have a point and I do make it and I substantiate it because that's who I am and what I do. So if you hear it just as ramblings, well, I don't understand why you're listening. I don't listen to people who ramble pointlessly about nothing myself. I mean, maybe you just find it entertaining, the sound of me saying nothing. I don't know. No one don't agree with you, and that troubles your ego. No, nobody agrees with me. Like, despite the fact that I'm correct, even the people around here don't necessarily agree with me because they're less equipped to be correct than me. People are always wrong around me. And that's perfectly fine. But if you're going to insist that you're right, I'm going to ask you why and to explain it to me or some third party in a way that would make them agree with you. Forget about me, right? Like, pretend I'm not here. Explain why you're right to a third party. And then I can hear how you'd explain it to them, and maybe I could understand or something. But you keep talking about my feelings. Or not you keep. You just talked about my feelings. Obviously, my feelings aren't relevant to whether or not Fly Guys in the STP, whether or not I'm TI polar or whatever. My feelings aren't relevant to any of that. So, like, if in fact you're right and disagreement troubles me and my ego, well, that would be a good explanation for why I feel that. But it's not, and it has nothing to do at all with whether I'm right or wrong. So it's like, oh, my stomach hurts, right? If you point out that I've got a broken arm, even if it's true, that is not an explanation for why my stomach hurts. And that's what it is. The same with what you're saying there, right? That it may be the case that my ego and I get hurt when somebody disagrees, but that's not an explanation for why I'm wrong or right, you know? It has nothing to do with that. And the thing is, Tuts, I don't I don't expect you to agree with me in general or whatever, but surely I can say something that straightforward and you can agree with that, right? That even if you're right, that my ego is hurt and I'm all upset and everything because you disagree, we can agree that that's not a reason why I'm wrong, right? Because for what I'm saying to be wrong, you have to come up with a reason related to those words. Even people who are feeling sad, happy, whatever their feelings are, the words are true or false. What like it doesn't matter if I'm ecstatic or depressed when I write I went to the store. If that's false, I did not go to the store, it's false. If it's true, I did go to the store, it's true. And you can't accuse me of being a liar if it's true because I felt this feeling, right? Even if I have the horriblest feeling in the world, if I tell you the truth, you can't accuse me of being a liar. If you think what I'm saying is a lie, you need to say why it's a lie. You did not imply that my daughter's a bad person at all. You said nothing about her quality as a person. What you said was that you hate her. It's about your feelings, not about her. Just like your comment about my ego is about my feelings, not about anything else. It's not relevant to anything else. It's like if you don't get the fact that you saying I hate her is not the same as you saying there's something wrong with her. I mean, I don't even know what to do with that. Nobody could possibly conceivably conclude anything you said was a critique of her, right? How you could possibly think that I would think it was a critique of her, that one just, I do not know. Obviously, it doesn't matter how I feel about cheese. It's not relevant to anything about how cheese is, right? I don't like cheese at all. It's not revelatory about whether cheese is good or not. Okay, so why is it no INTJ comment? What would an INTJ comment look like? And how does this determinedly say he's not an INTJ? So what type am I, Tuts? Before I can even begin to figure out what somebody else's type is, I need to know what type I am. Because obviously I'm not an ENTP. So what type am I, Tuts? Let's start there. It always goes here. Give it a couple of years, you will remember this. Your daughter is not a bad person. I did not mean to apply that. I will not remember this in a couple of years at all. I guarantee you that. You are not the first TI4 person I've dealt with. Accordingly, I'm dealing with you better than I otherwise previously would have, you know. I'm trying to find things that you can agree with me on. Like, do you agree that saying you hate something is not the same as critiquing that thing? Like, you know, I hate cheese is not same as saying cheese should be different than it is. So can you answer that question? Do you agree that hating something is not the same as saying that thing should change? And remember, it's important to, you can answer the question with saying, I'm not going to answer that question. That's fine, but it's rude to just ignore my question. Pretend I didn't ask it. So, can you answer it? Let's see. Because this is obviously my problem is that I'm frame locked into the idea that I can communicate, make progress, but that idea is that we can find agreement about things because I'm operating by saying like, well, can we agree with this? Basically, I'm saying, can you agree to use words as defined in this instance? The answer is no, he can't agree to that. But he can answer questions, right? He doesn't have to ignore my question. And given that it's possible for him to say, I'm not going to answer that question, it's rude of him to do so. So are you going to answer my question or not, Tuts? Will you answer that question? You don't have to answer the question, obviously. It's your prerogative. But it would be polite of you to tell me I'm not going to answer that question if you're not going to answer it. I'm trying to find I can't remember the question I asked. I'm trying to find out what it was. Does anybody else remember the question I asked? If whether I remember the question or not is irrelevant. It's still rude of you to ignore my question just as though I had not asked you a question. It's about my feelings, not about anything else. It's not relevant. Oh, I remember now what I asked you. Can we agree that hating something is not the same as saying that thing should change? Can we agree on that? My basic question, Tuts, can we agree that hating something is not the same as saying it should change? Like, I hate mayonnaise. That doesn't mean I think it should be something else. Can we agree? Do you agree with me? Is what I'm asking. That's the question, Tuts. That saying you hate something is not the same as saying there's something wrong with that thing. Well, Tuts, you hate ESTPs. Is it the case that there shouldn't be ESTPs? Or that they should try to be different than they are? I'm not fond of ESFPs, but I still don't think you should be a different person. I don't think there's fundamentally something wrong with ESFPs. I just think, like with the waves analogy, if you're not a surfer, don't go out in big waves and try to surf. Right? ESFPs are great at what ESFPs are great at. They're not great at what ENTPs are great at. And when they insist they are, without any good cause, reason, or anything, like when you just said there, right? If there's not something wrong with it, then why hate it? Well, I gave you an example. I hate mayonnaise because I don't like the way it tastes. But lots of people do like mayonnaise. Are they wrong to like it? Should we correct them? Should I tell them, no, mayonnaise needs to not be mayonnaise anymore because I hate it. There's obviously something wrong with it. The fact that you like it means you don't know what's good and you're wrong. Are we taking that approach to things? I mean, that's just, mind-bogglingly like, oh my God, what a wrecking ball you are. You think that if you don't like something, that's a critique of that thing. If you do like something, then that thing's good. Oh my God. What a nightmare, right? Like, you cannot be trusted with anything because, let's say you're a referee for a game, but you're a fan of the Lakers, but the Kings are winning. Sacramento Kings are winning the game. Well, then you just call all the fouls you want on Sacramento, regardless of whether they've done anything, because you don't like the fact that the Lakers are losing. You're completely oblivious to the fact that in an ideal world, we try to be fair. The idea that you think, why would you hate it if there's not something wrong with it? I mean, because you are using an interested calculus. It's like the fact that that person getting paid for their work is not pleasing to me. I'd like me to get money for their work because it's in my interest. I like that more. Therefore, that's the right thing to do. I mean, I guess it's just another phase of Typology, not one I've seen before because I've asked this question before. But like, you actually said, if there's nothing wrong with it, then why would you hate it? Because feelings are subjective. They're about you, not about the other thing. I mean, that's appalling. That's just, it's like you have to be better than that, right? You have to be better than that. You didn't answer the question, by the way. You asked a question. Can we agree, was my question, that hating something is not the same thing as saying there's something wrong with that thing? Can we agree or not? If you don't agree, then say, no, we cannot agree. If you do agree, say, yes, we agree. Don't ask me a question in answer to my question. I answered it anyway, but it's like, how rude could you fucking be? I'm asking you a simple question. You ignore it until I hammer the point home that you need to not ignore it. You could choose to say, I don't answer it, or I don't agree, or I do agree, and you still refuse to fucking answer the question. How possibly rude could you possibly conceivably be? Answer the question. Do we agree or not? It's not that fucking hard. You can just say, no, we don't agree. Jesus Christ. Like, in what universe did you think it was a good idea to not answer the question, but to ask me another question in response? Like, after all the point I made about answering the question, being polite and stuff, you still didn't do it. Like, what? That cannot just be a TI4 thing. You've got to just be, like, trying to be rude. I don't even know. It's inconceivable to me that anybody would possibly conceivably ever dream of doing that. It's like, when I'm saying things, it's for a reason. It's like, these aren't just sounds coming out of my mouth, right? Answer the question, please. Be polite, don't ignore me, is very straightforward. It means something specific. It doesn't mean ask me a question, right? Answer the question does not mean ask me a question. It means something different than that. Can we agree that asking a question and answering a question are different? Can we agree on that? Tuts, tell me, can we agree that asking a question and answering a question are different? The answer is yes, I agree with that, or no, I don't agree with that. No other response is an answer to the question I asked. It's like I always answer everybody's questions without fail. And this, I might see it, be talking about something else and forget about it. Then if they remind me, I'll go answer it. There are occasional questions I'll say, I'm not answering that, but that's still an answer, a topical response, right? I'm not obligated to answer every question. But I give people at least, I let them know I've heard what their questions is. I understand what their question means. You know, my response indicates that I do understand what it means because it's actually a response to what they actually asked. I don't expect everybody to be as good at it as me, even though it just seems so abundantly, plainly obvious that if I ask you what kind of sandwich is that, you don't answer Saturday. You don't ask me, well, what kind of sandwich do you have? That's not relevant to my question of what kind of sandwich is that. Like answers could be PB&J, could be ham, could be any number of things. Asking me a question is not an answer. Telling me Saturday is not an answer to the question. It's like, look, I get it that you don't prefer to use words to convey information. But nevertheless, you do all the time. So if you ask somebody, what day should I be there? You expect them to say a day as an answer, not like, it's raining as an answer. So it's unavoidable that you get the basic concept of words meaning things when it's convenient to you. And that's what makes it, in part, so rude for you to not know what words mean when I'm asking you a question. And the other thing, of course, and this is always the case with TI Polar, they expect you to treat their words as though they mean things. But when you ask them specifically what they mean, they don't give you any actual answer. Like, what does TI Polar mean? It means denying that complexity is unsolvable. That's not an answer, because if that's the answer, then anybody who chooses to deny that complexity is unsolvable becomes TI Polar. Affirming and denying, or asserting and denying something, those are verbal acts. And you obviously can't determine somebody's type by saying, if somebody says these words, they're that type, because anybody could say those words at any time and then they'd be able to become that type. It's insane. Of course, you don't think of it as words that people say. It's not somebody literally denying that. You're just saying that anybody who thinks they can explain anything is TI Polar. But I already thought I was ESTJ, Tuts. What type am I? That's another question you haven't answered. What type am I? Do we agree that asking a question is different than answering a question? Do we agree, blah, blah, blah? Answer any of the myriad questions I've asked, Tuts, with an actual answer to the question. Delight me, amaze me, surprise me. It seems like both a previous mushroom trip and like a not mushroom trip. And I am trying to scold some sense into T.I. Polar. That's the definition of insanity, thinking I'm going to explain anything to this kid. And it's going to have any possible good use. But regardless of whether he's going to have any explanation for it, did you answer any of my questions yet? Because that's what I'm, you can't help being dumb, but you can answer a question. The groupies you created, I get tired of being a dead horse. I know my type and know my constitution. I get frustrated by you and your inept approach. Okay, well, what you're just saying is, thanks to my subjective data, I know what type I am. Well, that's fine to convince you because it's just your data and your conclusions. So that's fine. And it shouldn't obviously convince anybody else. And if you say what type you are and there are contraindications that eliminate that as a possibility, then others are going to disagree with you. The problem here is not that you're knowing what you know, that you're believing what you believe. It's that you're telling me I should know what you know and believe what you believe, but not giving me any reasons why, right? Except that you guarantee it, your intuition, etc. That's not something I can imitate. I need to go and let Eric ramble. I literally have not had any substance delivered here tonight. Just Eric being Eric. No. What Eric's doing here is asking specific questions. Like, do we agree that asking a question is different than answering a question? So maybe asking questions to people is just Eric being Eric. But isn't that kind of everybody being everybody to ask questions sometimes? The surprising thing here is almost never do I encounter somebody, I ask them direct questions, they just straight up fucking ignore me repeatedly, despite the fact that I'm asking them over and over again. That's unusual. Like, can you answer the question, why aren't you answering my questions? You can remember, you could say, I'm not going to answer that question to any of these questions. That would be an answer instead of just ignoring me. So, why are you just ignoring me? It's because it's just Eric being Eric. I'm not rambling when I'm asking you a question, right? I'm asking you to provide the words, not me. So even if when I'm talking like this is just rambling, when I'm asking you a question, that can't be rambling. I'm asking you a question is a specific thing. That can't be rambling. It's just awaiting your answer. What answer did you give me? I mean, what answer did you give? If you gave me an answer to one of those questions, tell me what the answer was to which question. Because remember, asking me a question, and why do you hate it, is not answering a question. You've also, do you agree that hating something is not the same as saying it should be different? That's the question I asked. You still haven't answered it. I'm just asking you to answer a question is not I'm defining the rules and you're playing the game, knowing the cards I have. I'm not trying to play a game here or win or lose. I'm actually use words to understand things correctly. If I'm incorrect, I want to change my perspective, etc. I'm not like you. I mean, you haven't answered any of the questions. You said you answered it, you dumb fuck. I always do when you spin it. You did not answer the question at all. The question is, do you agree with me that hating something is not the same as saying it should change? The answer is yes or no, or even maybe. And what answer do you have for me? I think it's the ENFPs he argues most with, if that's what you interpret as least favorite Mahalo. So, no, I mean, the thing is, I don't dislike ESFPs at all in general. It's just that the ESFPs who come into typology and try to both tell us about typology and in the same breath tell us that typology can't understand the infinite complexity of the human being. I mean, and then is like stubbornly refuses to realize I am not a surfer. You don't need to be a surfer. Nobody's telling you you should be a surfer. What am I spinning? Bullshit, motherfucker. You just spin the answers. You didn't answer any question. How could I spin your answer? You just ignored what I'm asking you. I'm asking you whether or not you agree with me that hating something is not the same as saying it should be different. Do you agree or not? Yes or no? Maybe you don't know. I'm not going to answer that question. Any of those answers are fine. It's stunning to me that you would continue to refuse to give me any answer. At least give me an answer, watch me spin it, and then accuse me of spinning it. I can't spin an answer that you haven't given me. You did not tell me at all any times. Do you agree with me or not? Yes, I agree. No, I don't agree. Maybe I agree. I don't know if I agree. I'm not going to answer that question. You take your pick. But at least do me the courtesy of giving me an answer to the question, right? Otherwise, why are you talking to me expecting that I'm going to listen to anything you're saying when you won't even answer as the most basic question I ask you? You don't listen to anything I say. Because if I'm asking you to answer a basic question like, do we agree about this? I'm hoping we can find some common ground we agree on, right? If you refuse to answer any question, I don't agree with any of your bullshit, very definitive. Okay, so does that mean you do think that if you hate something, it needs to change? Is that what that means? Because I'm still trying to figure out what your answer to the question is. What you have said it many times. Can you give me a time, like a timestamp, like not 8:42 or something? I could check and see what your answer is because I don't remember it. You could just remind me of what it is. Okay, well, I remember, Ted. Let's say it's true that I spin answers. I can't spin an answer you haven't given me. So you can't accuse me of spinning. Thanks, Dreamsy Smokes. Sorry, I'm not paying attention to anybody except dumbass here, trying to get him to answer a single question. Your stuff pops up front and center in my home feed. Your shorts do, Dreamsy Smokes. I'll admit I didn't click on it yet. I said, fuck you, I don't agree. Send that. You have an answer. It doesn't spin. Thank you for answering the question. If you said it before right now, tell me when you said that before right now, because obviously I missed it. I've gone up and down the chat many times looking for the answer. Thank you for answering the question. That was polite of you and civilized, right? I'm not spinning it as anything. You don't agree. That's fine. So you think that things that you hate need to change. That's fine. That's what you think. What's good is that we actually communicated. I asked you a question, you answered it on point. That's great. We communicated. Can you give me a time when you actually answered it? Because I went up and down the chat. I did not see it one time. So just give me a timestamp of when you said it previous to right now. And if that was the case, my bad for not seeing it, you know? But it's not that hard to answer the question in a straightforward way that I can see as clearly and answer the question, right? How am I spinning? I didn't spin it at all, right? You gave me your answer. I said, thank you for giving me the answer. Then you claimed you had already given me the answer. And I'm asking you to tell me the time so I know when it was you already gave me the answer, and I can acknowledge that I was wrong. My bad for not seeing it. How's that spinning? It's like what kind of fantasy world do you have to live in where me thanking you for your answer, not following up on it at all, and and simply asking if you said it before, when did you said it? How is that spinning? Like in what universe, what person could possibly dream of that being spinning? I don't know what you mean by spin, but you don't know either. Thank you for your answer. Good job answering the question. That's civilized of you. If you already given me the answer before, my bad for not seeing it. If you want me to agree with you that you've already given the answer before, give me a timestamp. I'm fucking with the wrong guy? In what way, Tuts? In what way am I fucking with the wrong guy? First of all, I'm not fucking with you. I'm trying to communicate with you. I don't think you're fucking with me either. I think you genuinely don't understand. Yeah. So if you think this is fucking with you, then I am fucking with you, and I will continue to fuck with you like this indefinitely, no matter what your scary threats are. Yes, G, I see your various attempts at provoking me. I'm not too weak to actually attain provocation. Well, it's absolutely the case that if I if a stream's making me feel bad, I'm gonna end it, you know? It's not a good idea to engage in social media that makes you feel bad. But that never happens because I'm quote unquote losing an argument or something. It may happen because I get sick of banging my head against the wall, people not answering a simple question. Because he got upset at his username and then redirected his aggression at you like a dog. I mean, you got to remember that I do this because I want to, right? I get a teeny little amount of money from YouTube, maybe maybe like right now, like $50 a month or something. I don't know, very little amount, but obviously I don't live stream because of monetary reasons. And the things I like about live streaming can be people can get in my way enough that it makes me not want to do it. Like, you know, I'm trying to explain things here. People want to debate me or something. I'm not interested in debating anybody about anything. If you know something about a thing that I don't know, you're more informed about it, and I want to learn about it, teach me. I don't want to debate you about anything. And accordingly, if you're wrong about something, I don't want to debate you about it. I can explain to you why you're wrong. If I'm wrong about something, I don't want to debate about it. I want you to teach me why I'm wrong and so I can change my wrongness. There's no reason for me to debate anybody about anything. Eric was the aggressor, you inept. How did I aggress? Talk about talk about devolving into a cretin before our eyes. I mean, asking you a question is not a form of aggression, you dumbass. Neither is anything you're doing here. If you're actually making threats of physical violence, that could qualify as some form of aggression, but like, oh my God. Just can you just not use words at all, please? I could not have been any calmer this whole evening, you know. You cannot debate on shaky ground with the ENTP will till they swallowed in molten lava or obliterated. Well, I don't know about the ENTP, but Eric's not interested in debating about anything. I can learn, I can teach. Those are your opportunities. Those are your options. I mean, You answered what many times? It's like, just like, take a break, dude. You're in your feels. Walk away from the computer. Take a few deep breaths. Have a cigarette, whatever. And my at no point was my goal here to make you feel bad. Okay, I get that you're feeling bad because I'm asking you to communicate in the way that I communicate, and you don't. But you're here at a place where communication like I communicate occurs. And because it's interactive, I have chatters, I can't help but interact with them in the way that I interact with them by asking questions and stuff, or by explaining things. So, see, I think you're wrong for buying Marlboros. I suggest you make your own. I'm quite the professional making my own for 20 years. Is that a serious comment? Or are you trying to demonstrate how projecting your own frame of reference on somebody else is silly? Oh no! You hear that? You hear that, fly guy? If I don't keep you on a leash, Tess won't come back. Well, I agree. You have value as a teachable moment generator. Um, I think you overestimate your own importance in this community dramatically. If you're making threats about not coming back, it's like if you think we need to change to make you like us more, well, that's never going to happen. I guess that's what you think. If you don't like something, it needs to change. I wonder if you do that to other things you don't like. You go to a YouTube channel and about makeup and say, I don't like makeup. You need to be about something else. You should do that. You should go around to different channels and explain to them how you don't like their subject matter and this should be about something else. I think you'd be doing a lot of good work in the world that way. And that way at least you'd be honest about your warrants. Because I don't like this, I believe it should change. No, I'm sorry. Because I don't like this, it should change, I guarantee it. 100% guarantee. I know, okay? That's why. Because I know. I already told you why. I told you earlier why. Really? Yeah, you just weren't paying attention. Oh, okay. Can you repeat it for me? No. Listen the first time. Oh, that's... Every once in a while, I'll piss somebody off and I'll come back and I'll feel bad about it. I think of one guy in particular, and that was my failure as a human being when he called me. But I was in not a good space myself. But I had trouble coming up with a second example of me pissing somebody off. They left, and I regret it. That won't be the case with you, Tex. It's like I've exhausted every variation of banging my head against the wall with you. And then you try to tell me you're banging your head against the wall with me. But that's, TI Polar versus TI Tool. You think I don't understand how black and white thinking is wrong, and I think you're an idiot. Because I can respect how you have non-black and white thinking and intricate calculus, and you just can't even understand that you have one and not the other. I can understand my FI polar. I can acknowledge its deficit areas and stuff, but you have no idea at all. Like you can't understand and respect your own strength areas and deficit areas and stay in your lane at all. I do nothing but stay in my lane. So it's like I get it's fine that it's like yes you're an idiot, but you're not an idiot at everything. There's lots of areas in life where you're not an idiot. So why do you keep coming over to this field where you are an idiot? You know? It's like I'm not good. I hated so much chemistry. Every second of it I hated because it makes no rhyme or reason. It's just things you learn and apply, and there's no logic to it. There's no answering why. Well, why is it that if you put this with this, it makes this? It's because that's just how it is, you know. I can't understand the logic of chemistry like a grammar and then apply it to every specific and accordingly have the right answer at all. And so chemistry is just pure TE. I hated it to no end. But let's say for some god unknown reason, I liked it. Well, that doesn't make any sense actually. Where I'm going with that. I was gonna say if I liked it but got F's, but if I had liked it, I wouldn't have gotten F's. I can't even conceive of a world where I liked it. The point is that this is not a good example because I'm trying to find something that I was bad at, not something that I hated. I don't know why I came up with this horrible. See what happens when you're wrong? You gotta stop yourself. That's wrong. Before you don't double down on it. Chemistry is a good example. Just say to yourself, no, you're wrong. Back it up. Get rid of that example. Get a different one. So what's something I'm terrible at? Well, I was terrible at drawing, you know. I still am terrible at drawing. And I like drawing. And I draw pictures, and that's fine. But what I don't think is that my pictures are good and that other people should agree with me that they're good. Right? It's like, it's fine to want to play around in something you're not good at inherently. You're just never going to be good at. Like, I'm never going to be good at drawing. I just don't have that kind of visual quality to me. And it's fine that I want to play around there. But have some sense of, okay, I'm not good at this, I'm just playing. Or, I'm not good at this, it's important for me to be good at this, so I'm going to stay out of it entirely. Just pushing headlong forward with your delusion, doubling down on it when facing evidence to the contrary, and staying totally out of the lanes where you belong, that's just hurting yourself. I mean, you're not... This is not a good way for you to be you, is to try to convince others that you're right. Because even if you think that it's not a good way for me to be me either, to convince others that I'm right, I give reasons why. They can check those reasons, agree with them, disagree with them as you disagreed with me on something, right? But let's imagine I didn't give you anything to agree or disagree with. Well then, insisting that I'm right seems insane, right? Like, I have the best painting. Okay, let's look at it. How am I supposed to choose your painting in this concept of paintings when you clearly don't have any painting? I can't evaluate whether your painting's good, bad, or anything. It's absent. It's like I get wanting to play around with painting and even enter a painting competition. But to do all that and then actually it turns out you don't even have a painting, that doesn't make any sense to me. I am a painter and I'm entering this painting competition. Okay, well, let's see your painting. I don't have one. Are you sure you want to enter your nothing in this painting competition? I don't think it's going to win. Yes, I'm sure. I guarantee it's gonna win. I guarantee this painting is the best painting here. What painting? I already showed it to you. Oh, good God. Of course, analogical reasoning isn't going to get anywhere with him either, so. At least it's funny. Like, it's, it's like if somebody tried to create a character that did that, nobody would find it believable at all. A character that in one breath says, human complexity is unsolvable. And then the next breath says, that giveaway, guaranteed he's the STP. Like, I mean, I, I know you have just as many and important strengths, maybe even more important than I do, and intentionally, is that your form of being is just as valid and legitimate and has as many positive things as mine. But dear God, from my perspective, it sounds like Alzheimer's disease, right? It sounds like a memory disability or some sort of old age senility or something. Sounds like torture to me. I can't even conceive of being in a world where I was at risk for saying one thing and contradicting myself in the next breath. I can't even conceive of that. I don't know what it must feel like to be in a world where you have that little self-awareness. I guess it's not really self-awareness. I guess it's you have that shitty relationship with words. Because of course, what a terrible handicap to have. You say one thing, next breath, you say something totally contradictory, and then what's going to happen to you? All the times people are going to ask you, what the fuck? You just said that you want that the store was open, and now you say it's closed. Which is it? I already told you the answer. It's like the defensiveness too, right? Because of a lack of self-awareness and a commitment to being a type he's not, he has no way of benefiting from the map. And I don't think he really ever could, even if he weren't so not a healthy example, right? It's like because I'm map first, etc., I have my own handicaps and expecting reality to be as I determine it to be, but map wise. But the idea of not being able to benefit from any map, right? Like the correct map would say to him, you are GI polar, and this is what it means. These are the areas where you don't want these are your big waves you want to stay out of, okay? And then you'd benefit from that knowledge. Instead, he's going to run afoul of this again and again. He's going to be in some context where he doesn't belong, trying to make statements about things he doesn't know anything about, and he's going to encounter the disagreement and sometimes ridicule of others because he doesn't know who he is, and he can't benefit from that understanding at all if he doesn't accept it, which he never will. It's like the sumo wrestler who insists that he's a jockey and tries to go ride horses and stuff in races. He's just hurting the horses. He's always gonna lose the race, and he should go back to sumo wrestling. You have your sumo wrestling too, Tux. All this time you're directed towards Eric's philosophizing in this NETI way. I'm philosophizing too. But I'm just saying things without any TI or any. So it's just like, I don't know. I wish you the best. I hope you find a place where you are comfortable understanding who you are and some of the, unfortunately, things that society doesn't value very much aspects of yourself, as well as the aspects of yourself that society does value a lot. So, like, as an ESFP, you have a lot more potential to be valued by society than I do. But you're never going to be valued if you try to pretend you're a jockey when you're a sumo wrestler. There's nothing better about horse racing or sumo wrestling, okay? There's nothing inherently better about intellectual verbal reasoning, definitional stuff, etc. But it does have its place. And to go into that place and insist that, in fact, verbal reasoning, logic has no place anywhere, well, you're just insisting that the world accept your sumo wrestler self as a horse jockey. And that's never going to happen. It's like if I were gonna, if I were a little kid, I was pretending to fix the dryer or something. I might go at the dryer with a screwdriver, turn a nut or screw here or there, pretend to check things, etc., and say, "There, dryer's all fixed." Because it's just a kid imitating the gist of what he sees somebody actually fixing a dryer doing. But even a child would know he's not really fixing a dryer. Yeah, it is bizarre to have a tendency to um, insist that I'm wrong about a typing and never give any reasons why, right? But it makes sense why he wouldn't do that. Any words he says are then going to be subjected to what he calls spinning, which is TI. Okay, well, let's find out what if that actually makes sense, you know. You said this, and that doesn't make sense. He does not want to give me any words because he doesn't know what I'm going to do with them. This is something that I've encountered before. I ask questions, well, where are you going with that? And it doesn't matter. I don't even know where I'm going with that. Just answer the fucking question. TI polar, though. They've experienced too many times when somebody's used their words against them because they use words so recklessly. They contradict themselves in the next breath, you know? But they don't have to be operating in areas where that matters. Like if you're engaged in the many sensory delights the world has to offer and you appreciate them as a sensor, as only a sensor can, or perhaps an ENFJ or ENTJ, um, why subject yourself to this torture? If I could, if I could enjoy all the sensory stuff the world has to offer, I wouldn't be here talking on the internet. I'd be out doing stuff and getting jostled and having sex and you know, I'd be living right like a sensor can, whereas an intuitive cannot. And I certainly wouldn't choose to be if I found fulfillment and satisfaction in doing external sensory stuff, I wouldn't choose to be here trying to trying to achieve in an area where I'm doomed to fail over and over and over again. Like I wouldn't I don't know. I guess I just can't conceive of the mindset that would but okay, it's fine that you think you understand calculus even though you have no understanding at all. But the drive to go repeatedly to different calculus classes and explain to the teacher that That's not calculus. This is calculus. And puts the squiggles up on the board. That I don't understand. I get he's convinced he understands calculus, and that's fine. And he's made some childlike scrawl in his notebook that he calls calculus, and that's fine. I get even that he thinks that various arch designs that he's come up with and validated with his calculus are thereby valid. I even get that he wants to build one such thing in his yard because he's so confident in it. What I do not get is choosing to go to actual calculus classes and insist that the teacher is wrong. You know? Yeah, Essie's a bitch. Essie's a real bitch. So, this game is new. It's like going into a Mini Cooper dealership and declaring that they're not so. Oh no, it's more like going into a Mini Cooper dealership and telling them that. I guess you're right. It's like those aren't Mini Coopers, but you could say that you shouldn't be selling this kind of car. I don't like this kind of car. Therefore, there's something wrong with it. You should sell a kind of car that I like. I mean, that's what he's going to call it. That's what he's referring to spinning is since he gave me an answer that he does not agree with me that how you feel about something is not revelatory about the thing itself. I mean, and this is what he didn't want to happen, right? He gave me an answer and he has to live with the consequences. He could have been honest instead of saying that yes, he believes that if he doesn't like something, it needs to change. Because surely he could think of some examples of things he doesn't like that shouldn't change. I gave him examples like mayonnaise, for example. So I guess now I'm spinning his answer into, yep, you're an idiot. I guess the point is he doesn't go through life predicating things on that notion, right? So he doesn't act like he believes that by and large, in the sense that when he doesn't like things, usually probably, he doesn't try to change them. He did, presumably he did like me or at some point, but when he found things he didn't like here, he did try to change those things with without having any tools to change them. Because those require word tools, you know. But surely he doesn't act like that normally in real life where he goes to Thai food restaurants. I don't like Thai food. You should become a French restaurant. Oh my God. Ugh. Of course, the thing is, from his perspective, what's happening here is I'm I'm twisting his words or something, or I'm making meaning that he didn't mean. I know I said that, but I didn't mean that. His classic, his classic T.I. Polar, like those were my words, but what I mean is so much bigger than those words, and so much less contained by what those words mean. Okay, well, you didn't convey anything but those words, as you never will. Okay, you're never gonna put you're never gonna say words that guarantee that I don't disagree with you. They're still going to have to be evaluated on their merits, as always. Whether or not I agree with them depends on whether or not they're correct. If they're incorrect, how egregiously and what kind of mood I am depends on whether or not I'm going to correct them. That's all there is to it, you know. But I suspect he, like anybody projecting their own frame of reference, he thought this was something other than it was at first. Who knows what type he thinks he is? He doesn't want to tell us because he doesn't want to give anybody ammunition. And he knows it's going to be used as ammunition because, of course, he's here to do battle all the time, whether he intended to or not, because he's trying to insist that words don't mean anything specific. And I'm operating under the assumption that they do. You are a cautionary tale at best that has no idea the difference between TE or TI. You can ramble on, it changes nothing while you have no merit. I thought you were gone, actually. I was talking about you, but wasn't talking to you. If I'd known you were here, I would have been polite and addressed it to you directly. It wouldn't have changed anything that I said, of course, but I wouldn't have referred to you as he, but as you. Because it is rude to talk about you in the third person when you're here. So I'm sorry about that. I didn't know you were here. I wouldn't have spoken about you in the third person had I known you were here. No, I'm not talking shit about you. I'm just saying the truth. And if it doesn't sound good, well, sometimes one needs to hear some hard truths, like you're not a surfer. Participate in this area where you naturally are competent at it. It would just be for your own benefit. But I know that you're going to frame this as somehow linked to my feelings because that's how things are for you. You know that when you get heated, your words get worse. My words remain the same, no matter my emotions. People mistake me angrily saying something or calmly saying something as indicative of different things. They're both indicative of exactly the same thing. What I said, not my emotions. But, sometimes nothing is a cool hand. Most of the time, it's a terrible hand. And this is one of those times. Cool hand, Luke. Sorry. You're hoping I'll get tired of correcting and walk away in disgust, forfeiting the fight. I don't see it as a fight. And I'm constitutionally unable to avoid correcting wrongness. If it's persistent or in my face enough, I can ignore plenty of wrongnesses as long as they aren't about something important. Like, people talk all the time about various understandings of the self other than typology and think that they can better understand themselves with a composite of these various things, like Rachel does. She knows she's an INFJ, but she also thinks it's important to know that she's a sea goat and numerology number or whatever she is, and all those things like that. In reality, they're just ways of understanding less. But that's fine because she's not an understander, she's a knower. She does understand things. Like if you ask her to explain something that she understands, she'll explain that thing. But that's a matter of compartmentalization, right? She can have full understanding of something in particular, be able to explain it and everything, ask the right questions if I'm explaining something. But that doesn't mean that's not informative about her total frame of reference, which is as an NI-DOM receiving type, she's her response, her expression of self is really a way of saying, "Oh my God, how am I going to compensate for my lack of subjective functions?" She needs externality to tell her who she is, and she doesn't find, she wants to have an external general explanation for everything. She doesn't want it to be, well, it's particular to you and your specifics. Yes, I mentioned the movie Cool Hand Luke. I was explain because I was explaining to Tuts that while sometimes nothing is a cool hand, the vast majority of the time it's not. And this is one of those times. Because the thing is, Tuts, all the all of the work I do, all the words I'm saying, the explanations I give, they're all predicated on the idea that we're better served when talking to define things in exclusive ways. This means the following and expressly not these other things. And the reason we use it like that is it so that you can use the word meaning the same thing that I mean. In other words, if I wanted to define something as um, tall, and I use the definition over 6 feet, then you can determine whether something's tall by my definition. Instead, if I say tall means tall, what more do you need to know about that? Then you can't know if, according to me, something's tall. I like to use words so that if you want to use my words to mean what I mean, you can use them the same way to do certain specific things with work, right? Like we define, say, unconscious or consciousness of a function as to the extent to which you remember paying attention that way well, that's most conscious, and to the extent you don't remember paying attention that way, that's less conscious. And the reason we define it like that is because that way we can say about ourselves, okay, well, let me check. I can test to see if a certain way of paying attention is conscious or not. Do I remember instances of using extroverted intuition? Sure, I can remember it 5 seconds ago. Do I remember instances of using TI? Yes, etc. down the line. And of course, if I'm able to self-report correctly, I determine that I don't remember instances of using FI. In fact, I don't even really get what that looks like a lot of times, although I'm getting it better. And I don't remember instances of using SE because it's always been the case that when I start doing something and I'm actually on it, I don't know how I went from doing nothing to doing that thing. It just happened. Whereas, like, I do remember how it was that I embarrassed myself by saying that thing. Maybe even what the wrong thinking was before I said it or something. Sometimes it's not even that very embarrassing things. It's just slightly imperfect socially, and I get the shame shivers about it. So those are easy to remember instances of using extroverted feeling. For me, it's more remembering instances of other people conveying with varying ways, like with a look sometimes, maybe a comment or whatever, that I've committed a faux pas. So those are easy to remember, but my unconscious functions are much harder to remember. And it turns out when we use that definition and we check against a known thing, like my stack, that it checks out. Does it check out for yours? Well, you can test it. That's the beautiful thing about a definition. You get to test it and see if it works for you too. Of course, I won't trust your reporting on that at all because you have no idea what type you are. It's only useful for people who can accurately self-report to some extent. But it's useful as a definition when dealing with other people potentially, because if, let's say, you're testing somebody, you can check to see how easily and how much they recall about using a given intentional manner. Of course, it's not really super useful as a test because um, it's easier to remember extroversions than it is introversions in general. Like, because when you extrovert in some way, you're impacting the commons, which is to say, an external field that others can evaluate your whatever. Um, I mean, it basically, because externalization is concretization, right? Whereas internalization, things are still possible, potential, um, not realized in the world, just a thought or a feeling or a frame of reference or something like that. So accordingly, I think concretizations are probably implicitly easier to remember. It makes it not a perfect definition, but at least what it demonstrates is why we define things to mean yeah and not something else. It's so that others can use them to determine the status of something. So it is the case that in many contexts, asking somebody to define things operationally like that is inappropriate. If you're writing a letter to tell me how hurt you were by this thing, and I say, well, you said I disrespected you. What do you mean by disrespect exactly? And try to play a definitional parsing game with it. That would be totally wrong and inappropriate place for parsing and definitions because ultimately she's sharing with me her feelings and she doesn't need to she doesn't need to have correct justifications for her feelings for them to be valid and legitimate. They are, and then it's up to me to determine whether I want to behave differently and not make her feel that way, or whether I want to continue to produce that feeling. Whether I'm responsible for it literally or not is a tricky question. But, you know, it would be totally wrong of me to say, I didn't disrespect you and blah, 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 because she's telling me how she feels and how my behavior links to that. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have to be justified to tell me that, right? And she doesn't need to know exactly what her terms mean because it's good enough that we all know what that means. It's fine. It's perfect because that's the kind of thing that it is, right? Things where we understand holistically, and if we try to be legalistic about it, it's inappropriate. But accordingly, there are areas where that kind of legalistic parsing is appropriate. In fact, areas where it's absolutely necessary if you're going to be correct about anything. If you're making claims, if you're in the business of making claims, then you're also in the business of expecting others to agree with or disagree with those claims. And accordingly, if you're if you want to use language that's not checked for definitions and stuff, then don't make claims about explanations that are purportedly there to provide everybody an opportunity to understand correctly or better. You know, if you're going to say that these explanations are wrong, then give reasons. If you're going to say, I have a better explanation, then give it. If you're going to say, there is no explanation because humans are indescribably complex, then don't try to provide type labels on people. See, you're spinning again, Eric. You're spinning what I said. That's not spinning. I don't know what. The point is, to make claims in this area requires that kind of definitional stuff. So for you to complain that I'm negating you on that kind of definitional stuff and to say that it's because humans are undefinably complex, and that means you don't get to then say, and here's my explanation that makes good sense, or you don't get to claim that you know somebody's type as definitive as something because you just said humans are, unavoidably complex, ununderstandably, indecipherably complex. You can't have it both ways. And it's like you're still here, right? This can't be making you feel good because I'm just telling you that your way of being precludes you from being a typologist and being taken seriously or being correct about typology. And you believe yourself to be the world's foremost expert on it. But this is actual typology. Typology explains why you are the way you are and why I am the way I am. If someone had told me correctly in advance that you were an ESFP, I could very easily have predicted this outcome because I know the implicit contradictions between myself and my cognitive function stack and ESFPs. The core idea of an ESFP when you get them cornered is always the same thing. You don't know me, you don't know my experience, I know who I am, and I'm this. You can't possibly know me because I've lived my rich, huge experience, and your map can't contain me. It's the same from every ESFP, ultimately, at the end of the day. If they don't want to accept their ESFPs. An ESFP who knows they're an ESFP, understands what that means, and loves themselves for it, that's a person to genuinely envy because they've got the best of all worlds. They have comfortable conformity with an accurate map that's external, like a map that anybody can use, not a map that just you can use. And they also have, and then that frees them up from having to be good at stuff they're not good at all, right? Like there's one ESFP lady named Amy, and she's great and actually a pretty good typologist, and she's TI polar. But why is she happy, satisfied, doing good in life, being a successful typologist to some extent, and etc.? Why is she all those things? Because she's okay with who she is. She wants to be who she is, not someone else. And it's one of the great ironies is that ESFPs who have as much access as anybody, basically, except for, I guess it's not that surprising because their SI's fifth unconscious. But regardless, they've got a lot of access to their subjectivities, but they can't self-report for shit, if they want things to be other than they are. So I would guess that probably 90% of ESFPs who know about typology believe themselves to be something other than ESFP. You think that's fair? Oh, I'm ESTJ. Okay. Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't portray myself to be anything. If I'm an ESTJ, fine. I'll still continue to act exactly the same way. I'm not predicating who I am on this map that explains why I am the way I am. I don't think that by changing the map, I change reality. Like, okay, you can call me an ESTJ. Let's put that label on me now. I'm still going to be doing exactly the same thing, be exactly the same person. Nothing changed. I'll still be just as correct, etc. Nothing's changed. The only thing that would be dramatically changed would be I'd have to, I'd have some sort of cognitive dissonance because all of a sudden my whole understanding of typology would be all mixed up, right? Because, um, because I'm obviously it's like, well, I'd be struck immediately by this. Well, if I'm an ESTJ, why don't I have any good TESI? Why am I struggling so much with SI? Why am I struggling so much with TE stuff? Oh, well, here comes Tuts to the rescue because you don't understand what TE is, Eric. Well, what is it, Tuts? I already told you. The point is, Tuts, let's, you know, I'm not worried about, I'm Eric, okay? if if you want a handy map to explain my attentional priorities for your own purposes, call me ENTP is correct. But I don't I'm not thinking as I go through life, I'm an ENTP. It never crosses my mind until it's a subject, right? I'm not proud of being an ENTP. I don't want to be an ENTP, all those things. Uh it just is what it is. I think it's kind of a shitty type to be, really. That doesn't mean that I want to whine about life or anything. I'm very fortunate, privileged, etc. But ENTP is a shitty type to be. For me, it has been a shitty type to be. When I think about all the costs of being FI polar, when I think about the minimal benefits of being expertly intuitive as a dominant function, the only thing that makes me say I would never change type in part is um, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to not have my debate career success. You know, ESTJs can be very successful as debate coaches. Scott Wheeler, my former assistant coach, he was a fantastic coach. Just better coach than me in most areas because, of course, he had great TE. His kids all were they had their fucking shit all put together, everything indexed. He had everybody in Dropbox folder. He was so organized. He was a great coach. He still is a great coach. One of the best coaches in the country, Scott Wheeler, if you look him up. Anyway, despite that, when I left Farm Autonomy and came up against his kids in quarterfinals at nationals, we won, of course. Because I anticipated his bullshit. I know his ways. He's going to impact things to death. He's going to say everything leads to extinction. He's going to have 5 links to fucking terminal impact so that he wins the impact calculus no matter what because he's utilitarian because he's ESTJ. So we ran apocalyptic talk, and his app was tailor made for that critique. And we won the round saying, your bullshit claims of human extinction through 5 different ways comprise a poor way of evaluating public policy indeed, sir. Anyway, we won the round, as we should have, because I'm smarter than he. He's better coach than me in every way that matters, really, except one. I'm smarter than he is. He doesn't have NI. What he's got is an extremely organized TE system that he's had since he was a debater. He's been building this library of cards files, and it's all impeccably organized. He can access anything from 10 years ago. He'll remember also, I have a card on that from 10 years ago. Yeah, amazing coach. but he was anipolar. So because extinction is the biggest impact, anipolar says, well, then let's get to extinction 5 different ways. And let's add a spork and a screwdriver on this. Because after all, utilitarianism, right? Everything's utility, right? Everything is ultimately measured in good costs and pluses and benefits. And obviously, there's no way to win a round better than winning the impact calculus. Yeah, well, sorry, Scott Wheeler. Being an intuitive helps. That's the beautiful thing about good and I, too, is I didn't need to do a lot of work. I just needed to know this guy likes his impacts. He likes them terminal. Because how can you lose when you prove to the judge that if you don't vote for me, humanity will go extinct in 5 different ways? Well, it didn't take a lot of work. You just had to say, well, why don't we run? Actually, I think I was talking about it, the idea of the critique, and my then assistant coach, what was his name? We went to China. Jim Freeman. He actually had the cards for it, for apocalyptic talk. So we ran it, we won. Intuition beats TESI. How do you like that? That's the beautiful thing about debate, because TESI beats ENTP over and over again in everything. Like I will never measure up to my dad's kick acidness at everything, right? But debate's a beautiful thing because NITI beats TESI ultimately every time. If both of them are on their game, NETI, ESTJs have no chance against NETI because TESI, they know how to do things the way they've done them before. that's TESI in a nutshell. And my strategy always as a debate coach was, I'm going to give them, this is an argument that no the other coaches will have anticipated and prepped out. Those are my favorite kind of arguments. Because by the end of the tournament, people have started to prep it out, right? You see it work less well in the later rounds because it wins you rounds early because nobody thought of it before. Sometimes if it's a good enough argument and definitive enough, it doesn't even matter. They can't prep it out because it's the best argument. But when I think about debate coaching, I also have self-loathing too. Like my instances where I failed, like where kids were counting on me to do prep work before the final round, and I went and took a nap in the car. Moments like that make me hate myself. Like they were counting on me, and I was probably too tired because I had been up on speed too much. So in that regard, I had given them a lot of self up until that point. I just ran out of gas at the wrong moment. I still should have done the work. God, I hate that memory. It was an important tournament. It was finals. And what ended up happening is the other team's coach did do the work, prepped out our case thoroughly, and we got beaten even though we were better. Feels better talking about that actually out loud. But yeah, I have a couple memories like that of where I failed the coach. It's such a terrible feeling because you're asking the kids to give. Well, the thing is, I just was making them aware if you're gonna win, it's gonna take this much effort, right? I guess I wasn't asking them, but yeah, I was. I often told them, look, you guys have to win because if you don't win, then I don't win. Then not be there in a critical moment. Just an appalling failure as a coach. And as a human being, I guess. It's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't matter that you were there other times. You weren't there for those kids that time. It didn't matter a lot to them. It mattered to me too, but I had next year more kids, whatever. That's why you can't attain like entrance into heaven with good works, because the bad things, failures, they can't be erased by the good things you do. You can only get forgiveness for bad things. You can't get uh, you can't balance the scales, right? That's fine. He doesn't really think I'm an ESTJ. He probably feels like he's in the middle of a place where people are coming at him from all directions. But really, it's like, if you stop flailing around your arms and hitting everybody, then, you know, probably you wouldn't face so much pushback. But do you want some more steak? I'm sorry. I didn't know that's what you wanted. Let me give that to you right now. I just thought you were standing there purring for no reason. Here you go. Please stop me. Somebody stop. Hold me back, everybody. Hold me back. Because if you don't hold me back, I am ready to go. Feels like sometimes I wonder if to feel better in general, I'd have to talk about and cry about out loud every single thing that I hate myself about. Because, you know, in this instance anyway, talking about it and crying about it made me feel better. Like, yeah, that sucked. You sucked. Welcome to the human condition. That's not excusing it, Eric, or saying, giving yourself a pass or whatever. You're just acknowledging that you're not the only person who's not perfect and who's done things they regret. It doesn't make you holistically bad or anything. I know I would like to have a life story that was filled with successfully navigating the important things in life and understanding what's important, when it was important, and how important it was to navigate that carefully and stuff. But that's just all those things that I'm saying are things I learned from making those mistakes. And I still am capable of doing something like what I talked about tonight, which is which is really like probably being super exhausted out of Adderall and just running out of gas because I had been, it's the very end of a weekend long tournament, state finals, states. I mean, talk about a critically big round of debate, state championship finals. But instead of prepping out the other team's case before the final round, in between rounds, I guess should have. I went and took a nap in the car because I guess I didn't have any more energy to stay awake. I just couldn't do it. Probably told myself, oh, it'll be fine. Because it is the case that up until finals, they had blown through everybody. Like they had won every single round and they had won them decisively. Maybe I was overconfident. It doesn't matter, right? You don't not do the job when it's right before final round of states. Oh my God. What can I say about that except fuck you, Eric? How could you have done that? Well, I know, I was just such SI failing me. I had no more gas in the tank. I just had to go take a nap, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, if I go back in time and do it over, I would not take a nap. I would not think we're going to be fine. I would do my fucking job. So horrible. What are you going to do? You can't go back in time and change that. And, obviously, the job demanded a lot. There aren't many jobs that, like, if you're a teacher, you don't work, like a 3-day tournament, Friday, Saturday, Sunday tournament, or sometimes Saturday, Sunday, Monday if it was a Monday holiday. Each of those days is going to be a solid 16-hour day at least. And and you've got to be sharp and on point for as far as keeping tabs on what's going on argumentationally with the other teams, and you don't have to go seek out that information. Your debaters will tell you, and then telling them what to say in response, and cutting new stuff if you need to, etc. So the 16-hour days is for the actual tournament time, but plenty of times you go home after it, go back to the hotel, and you have to spend more time cutting cards too, which was all fine and good when I was young and on plenty of Adderall. But at some point, you run out of gas. It's a pretty satisfying life, despite the fact that it asks so much of you. Because, it gives you a lot of physical body FI rewards and stuff. Like, not necessarily even rewards, but like before a big round, I'm all nervous and everything, my blood's pumping. And I can't even go watch my kids usually because I just can't watch it. I the whole time I want to either scream stuff at them or I feel like, oh my God, the other team made a good argument or something. I just can't watch them in important rounds. I can watch shitty teams that I'm trying to help with feedback from watching their rounds. That doesn't bother me because I'm expecting them to lose anyway, or don't care if they win or lose this round because there's no way they're going to break and go to out rounds because they're new or something. Those kind of rounds I could watch and help those debaters, no problem. But I could not watch my good kids in important rounds, especially. I just couldn't do it. Because I had all my feelings invested in. They need to win. I have going into every tournament, I'd be like, okay, I've got this team, and this team. It's let's say public forum of teams, or this guy's guy, and Lincoln Douglas teams also in policy. Okay, I think we got this team and this team that can legitimately win policy. This third team, I'll be happy if they break. This other team is brand new. They're here to lose and learn. I'd be like that with all the events, So if I had like my ace team competing in like quarterfinals, it's inconceivable that I could watch that round. I just want to get up and run out of the room. This is too stressful for me. Which can you imagine if you were like a basketball coach and you couldn't watch your team play basketball because you were too nervous? that wouldn't play very well. But of course, the thing about debate is different than basketball is it's absolutely prohibited to give any coaching during the round. So that was the other thing is I had to sit there stone-faced, not giving any feedback with my face or anything. Because I also didn't really want my kids looking at me and paying attention to how I was reacting to things, rather than paying attention to what they were supposed to be doing. Talking about food isn't cool. Well, eating words isn't cool either. You must have been a great mom and husband. I was. I was a great mom and I was a great husband. But now I'm just a great mom and I'm a pretty good husband. I'm a great wife, though. I'm Rachel's great wife. It's okay. I don't know, that's fine. This is so SI. Like, I'm a bad person for saying ESTJ. Nobody says you're a bad person for calling me an ESTJ. You can call me whatever type you want. I don't care. Obviously, you're labeling me whatever isn't going to affect my experience of being me. They're just saying, come on, dude. If you're going to be wrong, try a more convincing wrongness than this in this area. That's what they're saying. They're trying to be TI with you or NI, which is they care about correctness or holistic truth. But personally, you go right ahead and call me whatever type you want. And I believe that you believe I'm an ESTJ because I believe you want me to be an ESTJ. And that's how you determine what is. I need a beverage. Jesus, how long has it been since I had any beverage? Feels like it's been hours since I had a beverage. I don't think you're wrong for saying SI or NE, but not in the order you're saying. Well, I am an SI user. I do know by my experience. I'll demonstrate what it's like to talk SI, okay, right now, so you can note what SI sounds like and see if I do it in the future. So, We went grocery shopping the other day. We were almost out of non-alcoholic beer. We had to get milk. We were driving there together, Rachel and I. It was a wonderful day. And Rachel said the funniest observation. She said, blah, 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 blah. You know, that's SI. I do talk plenty of SI sometimes. But by and large, I think a detailed play-by-play of my experiences is not something I'm going to be talking about very often. Of course, you don't need a definition of SI or an example of it. You just know what it is with your wanting. What are you meowing about, Mr. Meowsies? You want to watch you eat? Okay. Is that what you want? Or do you want to go outside? Let's see what he wants. Yes, he wants to be watched to eat. You want me to watch eat? Good news, I'm a watching man. I'm ready to watch. Are you ready to eat? Or you just want to hold court here? No, I'll eat a bite or two since you're here. The only reason I'm here is you told me to come watch you eat. And you want to make me wait to prove to me that, hey, you weren't quick enough to come watch me eat. Now you have to wait. Okay, Mr. Boss Man. You're such a narcissistic cat. What to expect when your cat's a narcissist? I want to write that book. It'll be like what to expect when you're expecting, except it's for when your cat's a narcissist. You should expect that you're going to have to watch him eat. Just like babies, you can't just fend for themselves and make their own food. So too does your narcissistic cat need you to watch him eat. Or if you don't watch him eat, you can expect to be meowed at until you do. And the longer you take, you expect some punishment, like waiting times. You can also expect him to scratch you. Why? Because he can. He knows you won't hit him back. I will kick him and stuff if he scratches me. But I'm not serious about kicking him. I just push him with my foot. I don't like put any strength into it, I yell at him. I try to get a squirt bottle and squirt him with the water. He runs away. But, like, you don't need to scratch me just because I pet you one too many times. Fuck, you could go away from me. No, I must be right in front of you asking for pets and not getting them when I don't want them in 1 second. It's like if you don't want me to pet you, then instead of scratching me, make it clear your boundary's been crossed by walking away from me. That's one of your choices. You can simply walk away. I'm muted? How? When did that happen? Thank you for telling me. How long have I been muted for? Good thing I looked at the phone for once. How did that happen? And what's happened when I turn the camera around to show trouble and then turn it back around to show me? I guess that's when I pushed the mute. Well, good news, everybody. I've got my voice back. Just like Ariel from The Little Mermaid. I've retrieved my voice from Ursula's grasp. Like a minute, huh? Oh, 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 oh. It's me, Ariel. Now, Eric, I can finally tell you my name. Instead of making you guess what my name is. You guess what my name is? Is it Beyondre? No, it's not Beyondre. Okay, well, is it DeAndre? No. Is it Meandre? No, it's not DeAndre. Hey, you can talk. You can just tell me your name the whole time. Is it Leandre? No, it's not Leandre. God. Are you sure it's not Leandre? I'm intuiting very strongly that your name is Leandre. Yeah, like there's like Leandre. Okay. Let me see then. Is it Warzel? Warzel? Yeah, is that your name? No, it's not Warzel. Ah, he just looked like a Warzel to me. Really, what does a Warzel look like? Looks just like you. Well, no, you're not even close. Is it Warzel then? I just said you're not close. That'd be a funny skit on Saturday Night Live. Ariel uses the prince to guess what her name is. Is it Dirt? No, it's not Dirt. How about Dirt spelled with an E? No, it's not Dirt or Dirt. Spelled with an E. Well, Was it a dirt spelled with an I? What? It wasn't the first dirt then. It wasn't spelled with an I. That was dirt spelled with a U. No such idiot for dirt. What about dirt with a Y? No! No thing, it sounds like dirt. Okay. Hmm. I mean, I can't think of any other names what you could possibly be. You can't get any name but dirt morsel. I mean, those are the most common girl names I can think of. How many girls do you know named Dirt and Morsel? Personally, none. But you hear a lot about dirt and morsels out in the world doing stuff, ladies and things. I've never heard any such person name one dirt or one morsel. I mean, I don't remember their last names. You know what? I don't even want to be on this boat with you anymore. Get out of here, Prince Eric. I I think the ladies who rented me this boat were named Dirt and Morsel. Wait, you rented this boat? Yeah, I rented the boat. You're gonna buy a boat just to take you on a boat ride? No, I didn't. I just thought you already owned the boat yourself. No, why would I own a boat? Do I look like a fisherman or something? I don't know. You're a prince. You just have boats to take boat rides in. I thought. No, we don't. I don't just have a boat sitting around waiting for me. Like anybody, if I want a boat, I rent one. Okay, so anyway, the point is, I think the ladies who were at the boat rental reception desk might have been named Dirt and Morsel. Okay, well, why don't you? I don't believe you. Why don't you call them and ask them, put it on speaker, and say, "Is there a dirt or a Warzone there, please?" No bars, babe. No bars right here. Sorry. That's why, I wanted to bring us someplace romantic. They don't have any cell towers around here. All right then. Well, it's time for me to admit it. My name is Warzel. I knew it. You look like a Warzel. Oh, great touch. You're really missing out on some hilarious jokes because you're mad at Fly Guy. It makes me sad to see you missing out on this wonderful experience. Anyway, there you go, Saturday Night Live, Scott. Saturday Night Live. Write that skit there and put it in your show. It's a good idea, The basic concept of making a skit about Ariel asking Prince Eric to guess what her name is. I made a skit on Saturday Night Live about Beauty and the Beast, which the premise of it was very straightforward. It was, they're singing this song, the Beauty and the Beast song, Beauty and the Beast. But the guy, the Beast, he goes, Beauty and the Beast. And she's like, wait, you think I'm the Beast? They made a skit out of just that idea. So certainly I can make a skit out of my idea. And I just wrote it for them and everything, so. Oh. Feel pretty relaxed. Feel relaxed like I'm wearing slacks. Everybody feels most relaxed when they're wearing slacks. That's why they're called slacks, because they're relaxing. I may be at work, but I'm still relaxing. That would be a good ad campaign for slacks. Don't you think? Maybe I should call the National Slacks Advisory Committee and see if they want to buy my idea for a slacks campaign. I may be at work, but I'm still relaxing. And he points to his pants. And that's going to boost sales of slacks by 10, 15, even 50%. Pretty good, right? Yeah, it's free for you, slacks. Now that since you don't want to buy it, you can have it for free, Slacks Advisory Committee. I was going to charge you, but go ahead. You can use my idea in your ad campaign. Right. What a great, you saw that. You even put on like a picture, right? And the text on there. Perfect ad campaign. I may be at work, but I'm still relaxing. That has few enough words that you could do it as, hey, trouble, be nice to your sister. Okay? Freaking narcissist. I don't use that term a lot, but I don't try not to throw it around lightly if I'm just to condemn somebody. He is definitely a narcissist, though. I'm accurately using the term when I tell you that. Like as Rachel has pointed out, she understands now how parents love their bad children. It's like, imagine two perfectly good parents having a baby and it turns out to be like Satan's spawn. That's like me and Rachel when we had trouble. Sure, we had a cat surrogate father and a cat surrogate mother do the pregnancy so that Rachel didn't have to carry the baby to term. But still, we always felt like it was our biological child. And we still do. But in some sense, it's fortunate he's not our actual biological child, because if so, Rachel would have cheated on me with Satan. Anyway, he's a bad kid, but we love him anyway. You know, I love both the cats a lot. I think about them each in their special, precious ways. Even though I don't often reflect on that, I guess. I did the other day a little bit, thinking about how Troubles quite the character. More likely I am to reflect on, oh my god, will you cats get away from me? Like, I can take them one at a time in limited amounts. Because Capilla sits on the arm of my chair where it's not convenient for her to sit. And Trouble sits at my feet where it's not convenient for him to sit. Because I get up, move around, and do various things, and I don't like having something right there next to my feet. I don't mind when Capilla sits on the middle thing, because that's not any place I put my arm, you know. I can pat her a little bit and she's not in the way. She sits on the right arm of the chair. She could not be any more in the way of everything. But I say, okay, I haven't given you your allotment of pets today. Come here, and I pat her for 15, 20 minutes, and then at some point I say, okay, now get out of here. Because I have a finite appetite for kitty. Rachel has a much larger appetite for kitty than I do. She wants to Elmira them, you know. She pets them so hard, too. It's crazy. Like, petting them harder does not convey to them that you love them more. But to her, it's like, I love you so much, I have to pet you hard. She's really attached to the cats, too. You know, but it's like that's their purpose ultimately is to be loved by us. So they need to put up with it when some of the time when we want to pet them. You know, I don't go out of my way to pet them really at all. Yeah, I'll pet Trouble when he's eating because he's made me go in there and eat him. So I mean, watch him eat. So I don't know if that counts as real petting or not. Me seeking out pets. I rarely go try to pet the cats. I get plenty of pets from unwanted attention from them. But I don't dislike having them next to me, but they take such terrible spaces to be. And having both of them near me at the same time, that is just unbearable. I never allow that to persist for more than 5 seconds. It's like, if I'm already sick of paying computer and then Trouble comes over and sits by my family. All right, both of you get out of here. There's one thing that the cats don't do is they don't respect that I'm doing something right now. You know, like I'm in the middle of trying to edit this audio, Capio, and you're trying to sit on my mouse pad, which is the arm of the chair, is my mouse pad. This works as a good mouse pad. This black, whatever it is. I asked myself the same question. He just brings out the worst in me. I haven't looked for a higher ground, just haven't found it. I've looked for higher ground, just haven't found it. Well, you know, it is the case that sometimes our engagements online can make us feel bad or angry or whatever, and it can last for quite a long time sometimes. So, I'm sorry that I'm sorry to the extent that people have negative feelings from being or coming here. It may be some other people's intention, I don't know, but it's not my intention to make people feel bad. I have a lot more respect for the fragility of people and their feelings than I used to. I may forget that in the moment still, but I'm empathetic. Saw an article today titled Gen X turns 60. Kind of crazy to think I'm 6 years away from 60, 5.5. 60 years old. It's like when you're young, you just think, well, that's forever from now. I'm never going to be 60 years old. But it's staring you right in the face. I don't feel like I'm 54 even, you know. But I do feel more like my age than I used to, probably. Heavy stuff will do that to you. Make you feel a little worn down by life and stuff. And when I do read the news, there are article titles that annoy me. Today's title, Inconvenient Truth That I Did Not Like to See, which is probably accurate, but I still don't like it, is that if you smoke tobacco and weed, you get less high than if you just smoke weed. Like, really? Is that why I don't get that high? Everybody's always like, and smoking does this and smoking does that. Like now you got to tell me that smoking messes with my high from weed? Oh, I don't want to hear that. I thought they were good friends. I like to think of it this way, that smoking weed helps protect my lungs from the damage of smoking cigarettes. That may be completely irrational, but that's what I like to think anyway. Why do I think that? Do I have any good reason to think that? Well, no, but I think it anyway. And that's okay. It's okay to have unsubstantiated beliefs about things and just choose to think that, but then explain that that's why you think that for no reason at all, except you want that to be the case. That's what I think about that is the reason I think weed protects my lungs from cigarettes is because I want that to be the case. Almost never does what I think stem from what I want to be the case. But in this case, yes, it does stem from that. Weed protects your lungs from cigarettes because I want that to be the case. And you should believe me for those reasons I just said. What? You mean you shouldn't believe me because of the reasons I just said? Oh, that's true. I didn't say weed would protect your lungs from cigarettes. Just mine. Yeah, I have a special deal with weed. We made a deal that it would protect my lungs from cigarettes. I didn't make it commit to protecting everyone's lungs from cigarettes, obviously. That would be unreasonable of me. Kaleidoscopic void. Like Lenny? That is a Mice and Men reference. It's good to see Karma's pet never made it past the 6th grade. That explains a lot. I don't think that really explains anything about anybody. I wish I'd quit school in 6th grade. So how much wasted time I could have gotten back. How did you manage to convince your parents of that? Karma's pet. How did they agree? How did you get them to agree to let you quit school after 6th grade. Most parents would be like, nah. Because he's been in here a bunch before it got banned once. Tuts? I mean, under this name, I've never banned him for sure. I don't know. He's like all of us. He's doing the life struggle. You know, as a man, he's been cursed to toil and struggle all of his life, and then to grow old and to die. So understand that in that regard, he is the same as all of us men. Women, you get to be spared from that apparently. You just have to deal with the pain of childbirth. And a smart woman immediately notes the loophole here. I got a good idea. How about I don't have any children? Bada bing, bada boom, you just avoided God's punishment. Congratulations. So, do you know whose alt this is? Why do you have toilet paper? To blow my nose on? Because sometimes I get a runny nose, and we don't buy tissues like facial tissues. That seems an unnecessary extra thing to get, right? Like, okay, I get it. I don't want to blow my nose on paper towels because that leaves my nose chapped. But blowing my nose on toilet paper is fine. I don't think it's necessary to get another thing to specialize for that. Granted, I'm sure Kleenexes do a better job as nose blowing papers than toilet paper, but toilet paper is adequate. It's soft enough that it's not gonna. We get the softish kind of toilet paper anyway. It's not gonna chap my nose too much. Nose chapper. That's what I'm concerned about with my runny nose, is the chapping. Because I don't know about you, but I'm not fond of chapped anything. The chapper would be a good supervillain. He goes around and makes people chapped in various spots on their body. And now you've got chapped knees. Oh, my knees are so chapped, I'm going to have to wear short pants for a while. I just want to know if they're really bipolar. Bipolar disorder could possibly be called a sleep disorder. When they go into a manic phase, they don't sleep at all. Like, they don't sleep at all for night after night after night. No drugs keeping them up or anything. Just snowballing mania. And as with anybody, if you stay up for multiple nights without any sleep, a week without any sleep, 2 weeks without any sleep, you're gonna go batshit crazy. So the thing about people with bipolar disorder is it's an actual treatable mental illness kind of thing, unlike, say, a personality disorder, which is like there's some kinds of mental problems that stem from trauma. That's a whole different class of thing than stuff that is like psychosis stuff, like schizophrenia, bipolar. I don't know what else falls into that category. Why do you have the described sleep disorder? I don't know. Do you stay awake for night after night after night with no sleep at all, getting increasingly manic about stuff? When it happened to Rachel, I thought, well, let me just stay out of her way a bit, and she's bound to tire herself out and go to sleep. Not true. Somebody in that state, in that kind of a fugue state, does not operate according to normal rules. Like, it doesn't matter how much pot she smoked, it wasn't making her calm or tired or anything. Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I'd never encountered anything like it before. But, you know, classic 7. Maybe if I leave it alone, it'll fix itself. You get that? You hear that, Karma Pimp? You're notorious for being wrong about lots of things. Like, what color is the moon? You say it's red. It's not. It's white. White as the freshly driven snow. What about when it's orange? That's just a costume it's wearing. Filthy, deceiving moon. Trying to pretend, I'm not the moon, I'm something else. Nobody's fooled by your disguise, moon. The moon and I have a lot of problems going way back. Number one problem I have with the moon, of course, is that even though we hired it to be a circle, it's only a circle like once or twice a month. If anybody else did their job like 1/14 of the time or something, nobody would accept that. Well, I guess the moon got some kind of lifetime contract. What kind of backroom dealing was going on there? Okay, here's contract, pay you $1 billion a year to be the moon forever. We can't afford that. I can get a cheaper moon, one of Jupiter's moons maybe, do the same job for half the money on a 1-year contract. No, but we need to have our moon because we should prioritize Terra and naturally occurring terrestrial things, like the moon. It was born of our Earth, but before it was the moon. We don't even know that, and even if it's the case, there's not a reason to prefer it. I'll take Europa. Why not Europa? Maybe it's got some frozen nitrogen or something. That'd be fun. What does our moon do? Nothing. It just sits there, doing its job rarely. No volcanoes, no spewing gases, just boring as could be. There's myriad moons in the solar system that are more interesting than our moon as far as activity. Like, how about a frozen ocean or something? It's not frozen all the way down though. So there's a little bit of liquid whatever at the bottom. It'd be kind of like a gusher. You bite into it, you get to the liquid finally at the bottom. Which is not like a gusher because liquid's in the middle. But the point is, in some sense, it's like a gusher. All right, let's see what's going on here. The moon people, I love the moon people. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. You look relaxed. It's probably best if I don't hang around, we just argue. Me? I mean, if we're arguing, it's because I'm choosing to respond to you and address what you're saying, and etc. I don't try to have anybody else take ownership over me arguing with somebody. If I don't want to argue with you, I can just stop doing so. I'm not implying that I agree that he's notorious about being incorrect about many things, but I totally agree with that. Is the next sentence. Oh, wait, you disagree. I'm sorry. Winston's mom, I am not going down that road. Girl, he is not going down that road. Because that road is full of potholes. Christen them Joseph and Isaiah, etc. Christen whom? Scattered tribes of moon people? Or you want to convert them to Judaism? Oh. Well, that's fair. What religion are they now? They're moonists. They believe that the earth was born one day from the moon's womb, and that the earth and all its things are there to serve the moon people. I'm in with you. I'm appreciating these moon people. I appreciate the fact that they ought to become Jewish, but that they remain moonists. I appreciate it all. I'm with you. Let's convert Judaism into an evangelical religion, where instead of saying we are the chosen people, to say, would you like to become one of the chosen people? Somebody might tell them, that's not being chosen then, that's me choosing. So I guess that's why they don't have evangelical Jews. Because you can't both be chosen and say, can we invite some other people to be chosen too? I guess you can't do that, right? Because God would be mad. I told you just you guys, not to call your friends. God, I don't have room in the. Oh my God. Okay, look, you're gonna have to tell them they gotta go. But they came all the way here from America. I told you you were chosen, not go ahead and try to include other people. So you're gonna have to tell them to leave. All right. But do you want to remain chosen? Because I could unchoose you. Okay, I'll go tell them. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to try to convert people. You aren't chosen, so no way to change that. You can't choose to be chosen, you know. God's got to choose you to be chosen. But you said I was wrong. I'm sorry. I thought I could let you into the club, but I can't. I'm not going down that road. I'm not going down that road. Nobody wants to go down that road. That's the most horrible road in town. We have a road here near us called Best Road. I apparently named ironically because it's a rough dirt road. Why it would be called Best Road, I don't know. Like, literally, all of the roads around it are better than it. But it's still called Best Road. Maybe it believes itself to be the best road and named itself. Even though it doesn't have the ability to gain perspective on other roads and compare itself against them. Maybe it just listens to the compliments of the people who drive it. You know what? Not so bad today. Hey, we can get back here. It's not raining or snowy. And thanks. I am the best road. I'm sorry, best road, to break the news to you. But really, you're not the worst road, but you're kind of a shitty road. People actually live on you, too. I don't know about that, but having to take a dirt road to get to my house because you're going to be impacted every time you get weather, even if you got a 4 by. Sometimes we're impacted here on the paved road, even, but snowplows come by a lot. It doesn't mean you can get your car out of your driveway, though, to get to the road. If you can't get to the road, then it doesn't matter how clear snow it is. You're not going to be driving anywhere. When we first came, there was the big snows. I couldn't even get the little wilderness cart out of the garage and up the hill. Eventually I dug it out to get out of the garage, but I couldn't even get that to go through the snow to get us to the road. We were stuck down here at the bottom of our little driveway hill, and then we were not going to get that car up for a while. It was buried in the worst possible place. Now we've learned to park a car in a different spot when it's going to snow. But we're still not home free because we're going to have to dig out around the tires and stuff, maybe put on chains before we can just to get to the road, and then to take off the chains when you're on the road. So weather can be a challenge even when you're dealing with paved surfaces. If you're dealing with dirt surfaces, dirt road, and it's already kind of potholy, that road. I've been down a couple times. You know, it's kind of ruddy and bumpy and stuff. Well, it's going to become a sloppy, disastrous mess in rain like this. It's rained for a couple days now. I'm glad we don't live on a dirt road. That's the moral of the story. It's best road. You can be the best road, but I don't want to live on you. In a galaxy destroying physics, okay. Eric have a question I can't solve. Can you help me? What's your question? If you ask me the question, I'll know if I have an answer for you. I'll have an answer. It might be I don't know. Well, Firecrotch, you and I spent a lot of time together, learning about each other, becoming tight, brothers in arms, fighting in the trenches of life, you and me, Firecrotch, doing battle with the forces of evil. Thanks a lot, Eric. I enjoy the time I spent with you as well. And I do have one little complaint, I guess you could call it. Okay, what are you gonna complain? Well, I know you love cleaning me. Oh my God, here we go again. But I'm just saying, you let me get awfully filthy before you get around to cleaning me. It's not good for you. It's not. Can you stop nagging me about that? I wish I hadn't even brought this up. Firecrotch, God, you killed the mood entirely. I was trying to share how we were bonded and stuff, and then you still want to make it about how I need to clean you more. Well, I'm sorry, but when are you going to give me an opportunity to talk to you about this? I don't want to talk to you about this. I'm avoiding the conversation entirely. But okay, I'll try to clean you a little more often. Thank you. Was that so hard? Well, it wasn't that hard. I'll try to clean you a little more of them. Did you just shake your head? No, I didn't. Get rid of that thing. You can't even smoke it with a paper on your mouth. That's not from this. This is easy to clean off, right? It's, I don't know what it's from, but it's just, it doesn't seem to matter what bong I use or even joints. The one exception is like the joints that have a little thing between you and the weed part of the joint. Those do a good job of keeping resin off of your lips. And pipes are good for keeping resin off of your lips. I don't know what it is about smoking on a bongs that makes me get resin lips. And Fly Guy, when you find a good bong that works, the last thing you're going to do is get rid of that thing. You're going to cherish it until it breaks because you'll try several other bongs that have problems with them before you get to the one that works again next time. You might, because, there's too much variation in bong making. You go to the store, you want to look at several examples of nice, simple, sensible designs, and they've got 100 different designs of all different kinds, and maybe like one or two that fit your criteria. I'm saying that's not a feature of this bong. It's a it's a function of bongs in general. I think it's because the smoke hits the outside of your lips a little bit before it goes into your mouth. But I'm not really sure. It's like sometimes I make a point of remembering to not let any of the outside of my lips on the thing, but I don't really know why it is. But it's not this bong. It's not specific to this bong. And I thought for a while what you were saying, which is it's because of the stuff here. It's not because of stuff here. So, and then it's also weird, like maybe I'll have multiple hits where I don't get any resin, and then one hit I'll get a bunch of resin on my lips. I don't know. I haven't figured out the phenomenon yet. But I am confident that it's not specific to this bong. Because I get it with joints too. Unless they have that little thing. But I don't usually buy pre-rolled joints. I roll them myself so they don't have that little thing. Dead liver is an anagram of what 9-letter word? I just can't figure it out on TI Polar. That's not a TI question. What is dead liver an anagram of? What 9-letter word? Is it delivered? No, there's no A in that. I don't know. I don't know the answers. I'd have to spend more time thinking about it. But make sure the takeaway here is that's not testing TI. In this instance, the clog is in this. I'm going to try one of my other bowl options and see if it is going to work better. This is a hard bowl to clean in here. And it's gotten worse and worse over time because I can't really clean out that part. And I think I'll try a different bowl. I have other bowl options. Try to find the ideal one. Has a bigger hole, basically. I, I want like a drop bowl with a fairly decent sized hole in it. And it's kind of hard to find bowls that meet that criterion. I've I've gone to get I went to get bowls one time not that long ago and didn't think about it and just said, give me like five of those bowls right there, and like they were all the small hole kind, and they get clogged too easily. But it seems to me when I had to empty out this whole thing to look for something the other day, that I saw a couple of bowls in here. Here's one right here. So this is. I wonder if I could. I could maybe do this. I could go get the Dremel tool and try to Dremel this hole a little bit bigger down here. It's definitely one of the small hole ones. It's a used small hole. I saw a new small hole in here though, as well. It hadn't been used before. We don't have long before they start getting cloggy, but they do have a little moment or two. I use the used one, it's fine. Good enough. Got like a Ferrari of bongs. No, that's not deductive thinking. Deductive thinking is like, how do I define it or explain it? Well, you're deducing about the specific from general rules, right? That's one explication of it, I guess. So, if conditionally we say all pigs fly, what can we conclude about these individual uh, creatures here? Donkey, we can conclude nothing. Horse, conclude nothing. A pig named Tom, we can conclude he flies. A cat, nothing. We can't conclude anything. A pig named Judy, we can conclude she flies. That's like you're deducing correct statuses about individuals from rules, general rules about members of that set in that instance. But deductive reasoning is often formulated as syllogistic stuff like all pigs eat, I eat, therefore I'm a pig. No, doesn't work that way. That would be invalid. Oh, that's deductive reasoning. But the thing is, you're putting up there the question. I I think that tests either introverted intuition, or if you're not an introverted intuitor from stack, you're going to attack it with extroverted intuition. Try to think of all possible combinations at some point. Start repositioning them in your head and try to come up with things that are close, like, well, maybe delivered, maybe liveried. That's not going to be right because it doesn't have an A. Maybe deliverance. That's possible. I'd have to check, see if it's got all the letters. So in that case, I'm expertly intuiting about it. If I'm sort of looking at it, letting it sit in my consciousness, and then waiting for, boom, there's the answer. That's introverted intuition. But it's not involved any introverted thinking at all, though. This is the daredevil. Have been denied a spanner. What's a spanner? I don't know what a spanner is. Hi, Sean's ghost. You're here, you're a ghost. That proves there's life after death. I, for one, am relieved you can still participate in YouTube after you're dead. So deductive reasoning in this case would say that we have an instance of a ghost who can be in the chat and chat. If I were to conclude that, therefore, you can do YouTube stuff after you're dead, that'd be backwards, right? Because I'm starting with a specific and pointing to a general. All I've established with him chatting in the chat is that after you're dead, you can chat in the chat. It's at least possible for somebody to chat in the chat after they're dead, right? I've not established that he could do other YouTube things like make videos or something. So the opposite of deductive reasoning is inductive, I guess is what they call it. But I think of it as just fallacious nonsense, personally. But, it's like things like, well, if we have a bunch of individuals, all of whom both like milk and are named Steve, then we should conclude that being named Steve makes you like milk. That's terrible reasoning. There's life after DG. I'm glad there's life after DG, but I wasn't even planning on going to DG this year. I'm assuming it's a music festival of some kind. The DG Music Festival, held in Geneva, Switzerland, every September. DG features all the hottest names in Eurotrance, gay Eurotrance, etc. Hi, welcome to Europe. We're European. Let's dance. D-Tag is the bomb. It is the one gay Eurotrance show you cannot miss. Oh, you're buying tickets to Geneva, Switzerland? Are you going to DG too? Yeah, we're going. You guys also going to DG? Yeah, I can't believe we're both buying tickets by waiting in line someplace in person either. I know. But why you? I was tired of buying tickets online. I just thought it would be fun to come down and buy them in person at the airport. Me too. That's amazing. Both that we have that and we're both going to DG. Those two would become fast friends for life. No, it's not redundant, Fly Guy, because the point of it is that regular Eurotrans is gay, but the gay Eurotrans is more gay than regular Eurotrans. Okay, it's like saying it's like putting super on something. This is regular and this is super regular. And then eventually you get super, and then just one super with an asterisk next to it. That's the highest you could get. Eric is correct. Yes. There's good trans too. And I'm not saying it's bad, just that it's made by gay people and contains many gay themes. Like that famous Eurotrans song, I'm gay, I'm dancing, you want to have sex. You guys ever heard of that song? It's it one of the #1 hit in Europe. I'm gay, I'm sexy, but have sex with me. It's something to the tune of, hello, how are you? Won't you tell me your name? I mean, hello, I love you. Won't you tell me that? I always sing that song. Hello, how are you? Won't you tell me your name? Because it makes more sense, I guess. But it's actually, hello, I love you. Won't you tell me your name? Just like I sang the Jefferson song, moving on up to the top rather than to the east side, just because it made more sense. And just like I remembered that the right amount of time to steam broccoli is 8 minutes, not because it was correct, but because it seemed to make more sense to me, I guess. How long do we steam broccoli for? 5 minutes? Okay, that's 8 minutes then. No, I said 5. I'm sure it did not say 5. It said 8. Okay, well, let's ask it again. Nope, still says 5 minutes. Okay, because I'm remembering 8 still. I'll tell you what. Tell ChatGPT that next time I'll make a deal, I'll go down to 7 minutes. Instruct her that I'd like her to change your answer more toward give me a counter offer. I'm not satisfied with 5 minutes. It doesn't seem like enough time to steam broccoli. Tonight it wasn't enough time, but I may have given it 30 seconds too little because I was using the 5 minutes on the timer that was already going. So it may have been like late 5 minutes. Like for example, the light was green, it's saying 5 minutes, but it's about to turn to 4. It could have been that, you know. So I think I want to maybe move to 6 or 7 minutes. Even though I don't necessarily blame tonight's slightly undercooked broccoli on 5 minutes, because I can't say for sure it was really 5 minutes exactly. I just find it hard to believe that you could correctly, successfully steam broccoli enough in just 5 minutes. It seems too short. It's like, since when can you cook some hot food from scratch and it takes 5 minutes to be done? I've never heard of anything take that little amount of time to be done. Oh, broccoli gets soft really fast, Eric, in the steam. Okay, well, I agree, but not that fast. Not quite that fast, okay? I think somebody who has an agenda, maybe hired by broccoli interests, they try to push that amount of time down lower than it should be. Well, said the scientists, our results show 6.5 minutes. But they were under a lot of political pressure from the Broccoli Institute to lower it to 5 minutes. No, we got to sell it to people that it only takes 5 minutes to cook. So just lie and say it's 5 minutes. And the scientists, either were bought or under pressure or whatever, all just folded under the pressure and agreed. Okay, fine, 5 minutes. And that's why the internet to this day says it only takes 5 minutes to steam broccoli, when it actually takes a good 6 minutes, maybe 6.5. I'm potentially willing to compromise on 5:45 or something if you want to throw a bone to the 5 minute people. It's within the sounds like a 5 minute because it starts with 5 minutes 45 seconds. If that's what it's going to take to close the deal, I'm willing to agree to that. But we'll all know secretly, at least give it another 15 seconds. Those 15 seconds can go by so quickly, but they're precious moments in the process of steaming the broccoli. There's speech and debate shirt. I don't remember exactly what it said, the phrasing of it, but the gist of it was you'd be shocked how much you can get done in 30 seconds. Meaning, like, how many. If you're a debater and you're in this, like, summation speech and you got 30 seconds left, you can cram a shit ton of arguments into 30 seconds, you know? You go fast and are efficient. So that's the place where you realize how much you can do in 30 seconds with sports in general. Debate's a sport, kind of, you know. The competition structure is like a sport, and that you have elimination rounds, then out rounds, as we call them, are. I mean, you start with preliminary rounds that are not elimination rounds. You can lose them and continue to debate all your preliminary rounds. And then the ones with a certain good record, let's say there's 6 rounds, you'll definitely break at 6-0, 5-1, probably break at 4-2, but only some 4-2s probably break. So it's structured like a sport where once you get past preliminaries and the elimination round, it's win or go home, you know? Sports are good for crystallizing the use of time. In terms of coaching, you got to make sure that the time you have coaching them is spent in terms of like maximum results per moment. And in terms of actually in the round, your currency, you know, your precious currency is how much time you have to speak. And you need to get as much work done as possible in that time. But more significantly, you need to make sure certain work gets done first. I don't remember why I was saying there's a lot you can do in 30 seconds. But, oh, I know, because I was talking about broccoli. I was right about broccoli, and I'm right about 30 seconds. Actually, I'm not. To be honest, I'm not sure I'm right about broccoli. Maybe 5 minutes will be good enough if I give it the full 5 minutes. I'll definitely give it at least 5:30 next time. But you know, life is hard when you're trying to figure out broccoli. An old philosopher said that a long time ago, and it's still true to this day. Figure out broccoli, might as well count the number of fish in the sea. How much is that broccoli in the window? Was a popular song at some point. People often think that song says doggy. It's actually broccoli. People hear what they seems to make more sense to them, but to me, broccoli makes more sense because who'd want to buy a dog? Well, you could do a lot in 30 seconds too. Harpsichord is kind of a nice sound, you know? It's kind of a fun sound, harpsichord. Makes you feel like you're playing, this is Baroque music? Is that when harpsichord became popular? It was a long time ago in the old West, and so we were wandering down the trail. I was riding my horse, we were laughing of course, and just singing this trail song. Hiddly-I-O, hiddly-I-A, hiddly-I-way, hiddly-I-way, hiddly-I-O, hiddly-I-hey, hiddly-I-Y, hiddly-I-way. And that's how we sang it, and that's what we'll do today. Yeah, I was riding down the trail on a horse that I bought in Boise, Idaho. It was tall and stout and brown and grout, and that's why I called it Yo. Well, it was 100,000 miles to El Paso, and it seemed nobody even knew the way, until I said, hey, won't you come and direct us, Indian guide? Oh no, I put the wrong one again. I do that all the time. This one's called Indian Guide. You wouldn't know it's called Indian Guide until the very end of the song, though. I was about to transition to the part where the Indian guide was guiding them, but I pushed the wrong button again. Fine, you just have to go on to a different song. Thanks a lot, Indian guide. You led me right up the side of a cliff. "16 beat up." That's a lot of hi-hats. I kind of like it, actually. Seems like it's not really a lot of hi-hats, it's just a very ringy open hi-hat sound. You know? Pretty cool sound. I guess pretty cool beat. I mean, is this thing on? Let's see. Yes, it's on. My back. Cool shuffle. Cool shuffle. Cool shuffle. Cool shuffle. Cool shuffle. It's like Cool Whip, but with Cool Whip ruffles. It's like Cool Whip, but a Cool Whip shuffle. If you refuse to understand me, then you could try again. But if you still won't, then that's okay as well. Push the right button this time. Now it's an even cooler shuffle. And if you thought that you could bring a shuffle as cool as this, you thought that you would sing, didn't you? I guess. I said, wow, that's a jazzy ending. Who wouldn't be taken by storm by that ending? That's quite a feat there. This is my favorite hip hop beat on this thing. Right? Sounds like an old school hip hop beat. Let's see what it does with the chords and stuff. See, I don't like what it does with the chords, really. Now it sounds like a love song. Judy, Judy, I saw you at Rudy's. I was smitten when I first caught your eye. And I said, Judy, will you be mine? I think you said no, but I won't recall for now. 'Cause, oh wow, Judy, you stole my heart. I mean my heart. You know, when I saw you, I wondered, is this guy for real? Could he be the guy for me? I wasn't sure then. I worried and fretted. And I said to myself, now Judy, it's time for you to love again, take a chance. And this guy seems, I guess, alright. After all, his shirt is clean. That's true. I made sure I wore a clean shirt that day. I didn't know I'd meet you, but hey, I guess my decision really paid off. I mean, I was trying to figure out where I went there before I went there, but I figured it out wrong, I guess. But you know what? I wasn't wrong about you, Judy. No, I knew when I saw you. That lady, she may be super sexy. I might think, wait, that lady might be out of my league, but I'm gonna give it a shot. And when I learned your name, I said, oh my God, it's Judy. I love that name. Judy's like my third favorite name for a girl after Amber and Walk-On. My My song fell apart now. That's my third favorite name for a girl after Amber and Walgron. I mean, strange thing to put in a strange thing to put in a love song is like, and Judy, when I heard your name, I was like, yes, that's my third favorite name for a girl. Of course, nobody would pick Judy as anywhere in their favorite names for a girl. I can't imagine what people who name their daughter Judy are thinking. What inspires you to name your daughter Judy? Oh, sing the walking song again? I can play it. It's right here. Judy. Judy. The Judy song. Call that one the Judy song. Okay. A duet love song is already just ripe for hilarity. I'm just walking. When I cue the beat, I use the clapper. I can't write raps cause I ain't no rapper. I got no flow, I don't look dapper. I'm 54, I'm an afternoon napper. A song that walks, this is a walking song. If you wanna walk right, you better sing along. It's a song that walks, it's a walking song. And if you don't sing it when you walk, then you're walking wrong. This is a song that walks, it's a walking song. If you wanna walk strong, you better sing along. This is a song that walks, the walking song. If you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. Yeah. I need to redo the vocals and probably the whole thing of vocals, but they're not really. I didn't execute that great. I edited a couple spots, but it should just be a clean take. Eric is a Nazi. I am not. Please, bro, stop. Who's stopping? Stop what? Oh, God. What are you doing, G? Do you need to be that much like that? I mean, really? What are you being so... I don't know. What do you call it? Meow, 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 meow. I call it meow, 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 meow. Why are you being so meow, 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 meow? Or it's like nobody asked for that many meows. Oh. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. If you want to walk strong, then you better ring along. It's a song that walks. It's a walking song. If you don't sing it when you're walking, you walk wrong. Oh, my back. I feel like probably the reason it's kind of cramping is because I'm dehydrated, I bet. I've not had enough beverages today. I mean, I guess sometimes I could be all blah, 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 too, but not about those subjects usually, of course, ever, really, but, you know. Provocation. Is provocation baiting? It is redundant, obviously, but provocator. It's provocationalist stuff. Let me say provocative things. Well, we can all say provocative things, but it's kind of a letdown when nobody gets provoked, you know? Not for me. There's one who's the provokee, presumably. Not getting provoked is not a problem for me. I'm saying, you know, odd game to play because even if it does successfully provoke, is that really a worthwhile way to engage with people? I don't know. I get it too. Sometimes you just want to see some, you know, let me prove to myself that I'm still alive by provoking change in this thing. See, I have agency. I made that thing go like, yeah. I guess that's the motivation behind it. I don't know, I'm feeling pretty reflective right now, I guess, or chill. So, I am just very susceptible to certain kinds of provocation. Like, it'd be hard though for somebody to do it, manufacturably do it. I generally can be provoked when somebody's authentically wrong and expressing their authentic wrongness more easily than I can on manufactured stuff. I mean, obviously, if it was manufactured well enough, I'd never know. But you know, the actual world offers plenty of things that make you go, you cannot actually believe that, say that, whatever. But people do authentically believe, say these things all the time. So, I don't know. In other words, I'm most provoked when the person's not trying to provoke me, but they're wrong in ways that I find provocative, or about things that make me feel provoked, I guess. I start coming around with like, I'm going to use the wrong metrics to evaluate this thing. I'm like, oh, no, you're not. No, my watch, mister. Do not reflect and deflect. Reflect and observe. I'm fucked, Susanna. I'm high on hamburgers, says Tuts. Why are you fucked, Ananova? Is it because of something specific? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, as long as you're just sitting at home feeling your sorrows and stuff, you're not fucked at the moment. You just need to chill out and sober up and come up with some kind of plan, follow through on it, you know? You're not gonna get sober tonight. So there's no point in wallowing in self-loathing at the moment. It might not hurt, it might be motivational, but, you know. The point I'm saying is, there's plenty of time, opportunity, and you have the ability to change course. So you're not fucked. When you're hammered and driving home and the cops siren comes on and you're trying to do, then you say, I'm fucked. If you're both hammered and driving home and participating in the chat like this, I'm very impressed. Because while I can roll joints while driving, I cannot text while driving. And I cannot write chats into YouTube while I'm driving. Rolling joints is a relatively easy thing to do because I only have to glance down at my hands periodically in certain steps. Once I get it set up, situated, which is pretty quick and in just a couple of steps. Then once I start rolling, I don't even have to look at all. Most of the time when I'm rolling a joint, I don't have to look. I do have to drive with my knees when I'm rolling a joint. But that's fine. That's easy to do. Even if it's somewhat turny, as long as not too turny, you can steer your knees no problem. It's not that difficult. Here's one thing I cannot do. Drive, roll a joint, and smoke a cigarette at the same time. I need both hands for rolling a joint. I believe I've tried that before, is why that occurs to me, is that probably absent-mindedly I had a cigarette in my hand and I started rolling a joint and I was like, okay, I cannot do this. This is too much stuff in my hand going on. You know, I in general have a problem with, like, for example, holding a lighter while I'm trying to do other things. Like when I start playing the piano, I'll be holding this lighter. Put the lighter down, dumbass. But it's not just that. It's lots of things I need my hands to do. I'll be typing something on the keyboard. I'll have like a freaking lighter in my hand like this. Like, just stop holding on to things when you're using your hands to do other things. Will I never learn? Probably not. I still don't remember to bring my glasses with me when I come outside so I can read the chat. I can never seem to make it outside with everything I need to properly smoke a cigarette, which includes lighter, cigarette, drink, and glasses. It's not that big of an ask. But it never occurs to me when I'm going outside, I'm in the middle of talking about something, and I don't think, wait, take inventory. Do you have everything? Sometimes I'll be in the middle of talking, like yesterday. It was yesterday. And I'll run into the same problem multiple times and I'll register it. Like, the reason I keep getting up and ending back in the chair, I go to get a cigarette, I discover that I don't have any more cigarettes. And then I come back in here to look for cigarettes, get distracted, and sit back down. So I need to go look in the car for cigarettes, and then eventually I go look in the car, and there weren't any cigarettes in the car. It's like just a couple of days ago. So what's the answer to that anagram thing? Dead liver. What's it an anagram of? Eid Rylov. Eid Rylov? Is that what it's an anagram of? Eid Rylov? I should have guessed that. I did. I did guess it, actually. I just guessed it. Never mind, I don't need the answer anymore. I got it myself. My name delightfully anagrams into rice asterisk. Isn't that nice? It's good to have an alter ego named Rice Asterisk. Sounds like a Chinese gangster of some kind. No, not because of the rice, because of the rust. Chinese people are very rusty. Everybody knows that. Rusty old Chinese. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. I'm not getting the stream right now. Well, probably I'm winding down here, but I'm going to leave you here with a wonderful view of Kitty. Is looking very adorable. I give you either Kitty. They're both looking adorable. I'll give you this one. Let's see. So, good news. I'm not as dehydrated as I expected. My pee wasn't that yellow. Kind of figured I was going to see some very dark pee because I haven't drank much liquid. So. Well, this was a good Saturday. True, the USC women's basketball team got beat pretty good by South Carolina. But the USC men's football team won a big game against Iowa. coming back from a couple touchdowns down. A big win. I don't know if we can take Oregon down at Autzen, but we're basically one game away. Yeah, we have UCLA at the end of the season, but we are essentially one game away from the college football playoff. If we can beat Oregon, we're in. Because we're not going to be in the conference championship game, which is going to be a benefit to us. The third place team in the Big Ten who doesn't have to play in the championship game would be pretty much guaranteed a admission to the college football playoff. So, big times in USC land. Daredevil. It's a TI question. Daredevil. Okay, well, I believe the answer is Daredevil, but it is not a TI question. But if you want it to be that, that's fine. That's, you believe what you want. I got this bowl, but I never actually used it. You know, I was thinking before I took the mushrooms, like maybe I'd take a weed drink with them and see how that went, but I didn't. But now I wish I had. Did you drop a stink pickle or just I just peed. Ask you a TI question. If some dogs are named Rover and some things that are named Rover play baseball, is it necessarily the case that some dogs play baseball? At talking with famous people, thou shalt not waketh the trouble. I'm not going to waketh the trouble. Correct. It is not the case. How about this one? If only porpoises love manatees, and I'm a porpoise, do I necessarily love manatees? My favorite guitar solo? I like the one in the song Medicine by Dayglow. You're correct, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Um, okay, well, I get that you don't think that's TI. I don't know what you think it is, but it doesn't mean you value it. It, I can tell you right now, you're not TI polar. The TI tests are just you can test positive for TI polar if you can't answer any of those questions at all, or if you say those aren't TI questions or something like that. But it doesn't necessarily tell you anything more than that. I can usually tell 1, 2, or polar, or something else. But I'd have to ask you a series of seems like you're pretty quick and correct at the same time, which people with lower than 1, 2, they can be correct on all of them, but it'll take them a long time sometimes. I can't really tell without asking the questions face to face because I need to see your response times and stuff. Okay, well, if you're thinking about looking it up, then that's not indicative of TI front stack because TI front stack doesn't seek to verify what they're concluding is true. by looking something up, because TI front stack 1, 2 especially will be like, I don't need to look up that if only porpoises love manatees, and I don't know if porpoises don't necessarily love manatee, because just because only porpoises love manatees doesn't mean that all porpoises love manatees, and I might be one of the porpoises who doesn't love manatees. So because I could explain why the answer is one way or the other, I would never think about looking it up. I'd only conceivably look up something that I didn't know the answer to. And TI is kind of inherently, TI 1, 2 can explain those syllogisms. So why is it the case that if no penguins eat lettuce and I don't eat lettuce, I'm a penguin? Why isn't that true? No penguins eat lettuce. I don't eat lettuce, therefore I'm a penguin, right? Well, TI 1, 2 people, even when they're very young, can articulate why that's not the case. Just because no penguins eat lettuce doesn't mean that there aren't other things that don't eat lettuce. Those kind of explanations seem to come hand in hand with TI 1, 2, even in pretty small children. This is a TI question. Is it true that 1 over 3 plus 1 over 3 plus 1 over 3 equals 1? You're right that that's a TI question. What you don't seem to get is that that is just another form of saying if all things that we call 1/3 comprise, in total, comprise the set of 1. In other words, you can convert all of those things into verbal reasoning kind of conditional logic too. Math questions. It's just using a different language than words. So, in fact, conditional logic is taught as part of math a lot of times, set theory and stuff like that. Conditional logic is really about set theory. It's about, not set theory, but about engaging with set realities to be able to deduce things. That can be in math language of numbers, or it can be in word language of words. So, like, let's imagine instead of 4 plus 3 equals 7, I said something like, I have this room and it can only fit a glocker of geese. And I have this other room and it can only fit a turtle of geese. So I've got a shmanalaba of geese. Well, the thing is, all I've done is replace the numbers with different words, right? Because I can define things however I want to define them for the purposes of this exchange. So in that instance, if I define the first term as something under 6, let's say, and I define the second term as something over 2 but under 5, well, then I've got, a way of expressing the reality of 4 plus 3 equals 7 that doesn't really, that tries to get around using number words, right? When we deal with quantity, we have numbers because because it's not something that well, I guess it just doesn't lend itself to, it lends itself to numerical calculation and stuff, you know? It's a simpler language than words, a lot simpler. So, um, obviously, words subsume it. There's not a single math problem that I can't say out loud because all the symbols have names, etc. If I read it out loud. And there are plenty of things that people say that can't be expressed mathematically. But in this instance, yeah, math is conditional logic in another guise. But the mistake isn't that math isn't that kind of math isn't conditional is TI. That's correct. But your mistake is in thinking that that kind of math and the kind of syllogistic reasoning I'm doing are different. They're the same thing, really. It's just as 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 equals 1. You have to understand that definitionally, if I have a 1 over a 3, it means a certain thing in terms of like, for example, if I add 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3, I don't add the 3's at the bottom. I have to understand that's a definitional feature of fractions, right? The operation we use there adds up just the top number because 1 over 3 means 1 of 3. So when you're counting 1 of 3 plus 1 of 3 plus 1 of 3, you don't say, okay, that makes 2 of 3. I mean, you don't say, okay, that makes 2 of 6 and 3 of 9. You don't do that because of the of, right? So TI logic with words is just about the statement connectives and or not. And the conditionalities if you want to include them. You don't have to. You can deduce the conditionalities from, I mean, you can express the conditionalities with and or and not. But just as math has plus, minus, divide, language has the realities of and, or, and not, statement connectives that define set relations. And, you know, Jerry and Sue went to the store. The same thing as 1 plus 1 equals 2 under the following conditions. So yeah, I worked with my client Chloe on conditional logic stuff, which she was doing in her math class. She did not have a conditional logic class. Like I taught logic as its own course, right? And that's because there's enough there to cover a full semester's class. That's about it, you know, as far as your basic conditional logic, and then I went as far as quantification theory. That whole thing takes about a semester. It's not that much content to teach. But anyway, Chloe was doing conditional logic in her math class. She was also doing logic gates in her math class because that's another expression of conditional logic. It's not verbal, right? They're all TI. The thing is, with 1 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 equals 1, technically it's TI, but we don't actually use TI to figure that out. We just know from our learned memory that 3/3 is equal to 1. We don't, it doesn't require us to do any determination. There's not a time period where we're figuring it out. And that's what TI is doing, is it's parsing things for correctness, not knowing the answer to something, determining it. So in that regard, even though it's technically a TI question, I'm not using any TI to answer it. Just like you can't TE something you already know how to do. Because TE is figuring out how to do it. If you do it efficiently, we may still say that's good TE, but it's wrong technically. What we mean is the way you're doing it exemplifies that at some point good extroverted thinking was in the mix because this is a good way to do it. But if you've done it this way multiple times, then there's no extroverted thinking involved. Let me see what you asked here, Tuts. Where's my mouse? Here. Let me see what you're asking. I don't know what you're asking yet. Hold on. Is it true? Yeah, it's true. Yes, 1/3 plus 1/3 equals 2/3 plus another third is 1. Yes, that is true. I thought I had already indicated that it was correct, right? But if I didn't say that, yes, my answer is it is true. Well, like I indicated, it's actually not. I'm not actually not using TI, although I just did a little bit right there to check to make sure I was right about it. But I just, it's something that we already know the answer to. When you look at it and you know the answer, that doesn't involve any determination. But yes, the answer is true. Okay, so tell me why it's wrong. Because last I checked, if I have 1/3 of a pie and another third of a pie and a third of a pie, I have the whole pie. If there's some sort of trick to the question, then you still haven't proved anything about TI. You just shown that I failed to NI the trick or something. It's not when you parse the question in terms of the definitions of 1/3 and 1/3 and 1/3 and plus, then the answer is 1. Well, I mean, it's taught a lot of times in a TE way. So a lot of the things that are taught in math are not explained, like it's not explained why they're that way or what the, or some things in math, they don't have a logic to them. They're just arbitrary. Like, I mean, it's not arbitrary, but you can't, like, once you get the idea behind it, rededuce the thing, like say order of operations. Okay, but you're not asking me to add the decimal equivalence of 1/3. You're asking me to add the fractions. So it would indeed be a different question if you said zero point 0.3 repeating plus 0.3 repeating plus 0.3 repeating, right? But we don't need to convert 1/3 to that. And what we end up with is a more accurate result, in fact, by adding the fractions. So there's absolutely no reason to convert them to decimal in the middle of the process. We have an operation for adding fractions that works just fine. And intuitively as well, we can know that 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3 equals 1 because, for example, if I split up a bag of weed into 3 parts, one for Judy, one for Bob, one for me, and then Judy and Bob decide they don't want to buy their shares of it, and I put the weed back into one bag, I haven't lost any of the weed. Assuming I didn't spill any in the process of splitting it up and putting it back in the bag, I have lost none of the weed. Not 0.00 anything. Let's say I split it up in the original bag and didn't actually put it into any other bags yet, and then I find that no, they're not going to buy their shares of it, and I push it into one pile again inside of the bag. Obviously, it's gone from 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 back to 1. There's no loss there. So decimals are the less accurate way of doing the addition, not more accurate. You are spinning like you do. I'm wrong on TI grounds. I'm not wrong at all on any grounds. It is the case that you can add fractions to each other. You don't have to convert them to decimals first. Like, why would you convert it to decimals before adding them? Right? There's nothing in math or any kind of reasoning or logic that would say you have to convert it to decimals before you add them. Can you explain why that would be the case? That's not normally what we do when we add fractions. Is bro off them Shrimptons? Yeah, I'm pretty much off of them. I don't know what's up with those shrimps tonight because I ate well more than an eighth, it seems like. Less than a quarter more than an eighth. And more than I ate last time. They're quite blue mushrooms. It's been a week since I took it last. So I don't know why it didn't get me very high tonight. I didn't shrimp very hard. But, you know, I definitely felt it, and I still feel it, but not that much. I was wrong about what? About 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3? No, I'm not wrong. If you had asked the question, 0.33 plus 0.33 plus 0.33 equals what? I would have said 0.999. Right? Because you ask a question in decimals, I give you an answer in decimals. You ask a question in fractions, why would I conclude that I should convert them to some other number than 1/3, like a decimal equivalent, which is a repeating digit, which makes it much more difficult to deal with in terms of adding things together? Why would I do that when I can add fractions just fine? The thing is, 0.333 repeating is treated as logically equivalent to 1/3, but if you can convert one way, you can convert the other. If it's only a one-way conversion, then you'd never want to make it. You have the straightforward process of fractions at your disposal. How can you say I'm spinning? Every time I'm using TI, you call it spinning. Because I'm using words to mean specific things and stuff. I, can we just stop touch already? I'm tired of you now. You don't know anything. I don't know why you keep talking about stuff you don't know anything about. And insisting that you're right. The thing is, for example, touch, you're trying to claim that math is TI. Well, those logic questions I was asking, that's math. So, were you wrong when you said that's not TI? Or were you wrong when you said math is TI? Chloe had it, I think, in 11th grade math. Logic gates and proofs and stuff. Truth tables. It's good that they teach it in math because they're not likely to. Very few schools are going to have a devoted logic teacher. I mean, they wouldn't have a devoted logic teacher, but I'm saying a separate class is just conditional logic. I worked at Rebay Academy where, fortunately, they did have that class, and I did teach it, and it was a fun thing to teach. But you realize when you're teaching it that, you know, it's for certain attentional configurations and not others. I didn't understand it as such at the time, but in retrospect, I do. And basically, put a bunch of random students in a conditional logic class who take it as an elective because they have a choice to take something. They might as well take this, I guess, or whatever they. Maybe the one they wanted is closed and think maybe this will be easy, or who knows what they think. You get a bunch of students who, of all different types, right? The normal demographic display of types, and put them in a class that's basically saying, if you're TI 1 or 2, maybe 3, here, you already kind of get this intuitively, but let me show you the actual correct mechanics of the whole thing. And everyone just breezes along beautifully, except almost nobody in the class is like that. And you got some people in the class who are TI polar, and they cannot get it for the life of them. They can follow your TE stuff, like truth tables are a very TE way to determine if something's valid. But when you get into actual proofs that require like an intuitive grasp of the mechanics of conditionality and mutual exclusivity and stuff like that, they're impossibly lost, and there's nothing you can do to teach them because they're just this whole class is like just straight TI all the time, and the TI polar. What are they gonna do? is cruel. I hear Rachel's phone from the other room. I hear my own voice coming through. I guess she's still listening to this. I don't know if she's still awake or not. I noted that the light was out and the door was open. I thought about closing it so it could be quiet. But apparently she's listening to this, so I guess she's not going to be bothered by the sound of it from the house since she's listening to it on the phone, I guess is my reasoning. Well, what do I think about Plato's Republic classification of children in society based on type? I mean, I think it would be extremely helpful if it was normalized that children were told their type, and if people in general understood themselves and others as one configuration out of a possible 16, and that configuration confers equal amount strengths and deficits. And I think children should be informed that, here's where you will thrive in these kinds of things. Here's where you will flounder, and you should not be expected to, nor try even to achieve in areas where you're going to flounder. Attentionally, if you have it, that is an attentional deficit, trying to say, I'm going to put myself in a place where I need to feel with my feelings and do with my sensing all the time is putting me in a place of absolute torture. So you got to try to um, avoid those deficit areas. And when people tell you norms that are in contradiction with your values, understand they're just projecting their value frame. Like, you're not, let's say, quiet enough, talkative enough, um, busy enough, pausing enough. People could critique you in myriad different ways that represent their function bias. You're not being logical. How many times have you heard that in your lifetime? Why aren't you being logical? Blah blah blah. When people are saying that to you, they're just people who are TI valuing people. They're trying to communicate with you using words the way they're using them. And instead of doing that, they're they conflate there's being something wrong with you because you're not using words the way they're using them. Well, there's nothing wrong with you. And instead of being baffled by why you won't listen to me and learn anything from what I'm saying, and why you continually insist that you know what you're talking about without giving any justification and stuff, I just get it. You're intentionally configured that way. I don't get all of it. Sometimes I wonder, like, okay, but surely this is an unhealthy expression of that. But I'm able to understand rather than when I was young, I used to think like when people told me they didn't understand what I was saying, I thought they were lying to me. Basically, I thought they were deflecting so they didn't have to address whatever it is I was saying. Now I recognize that they were being honest. They did not understand what I was saying. But people project their own frame of reference. I was I was constantly thinking about things and debating and stuff, and it wasn't so much that what I was saying was too complicated. Probably I said it too fast, said too many pieces of it too quickly put together. Like you can't really necessarily expect people to handle more than one concept at a time. You have to go first get this concept, got it, okay. Now get this concept. And be like, okay, so here's concept A, B, C, and D, and then people aren't gonna understand if they don't. If you're telling them something that is new to them, they're not gonna understand. I didn't start out an excellent teacher. I became one over the years. I started out a good teacher in some ways, I guess, but teaching is an interesting art slash science. I think that AI could probably teach people just fine who are, if those people are wanting, like, it depends what they're trying to learn, I guess. I'm not sure where and where not AI could replace a teacher. I do believe currently, although without any particular justification, that there's no way a AI could replace a debate coach because you got to run scrimmages. You got to say stop, stop, stop when they do something wrong and correct them and say start over. And you, I mean, I think it just takes too much overall awareness of everything going on for an AI to possibly do that. And plus, you got to generate cases. AI could do that, but I don't think it could generate winning cases. Well, I mean, it might be able to generate, solid utilitarian cases. Um, just treating debate as your classic impact calculus thing. But the thing is, the best arguments are often, I don't know, it seems to take maybe a lot of intuition to figure out what the best arguments are. You got to factor in a lot of different things, like how long it's going to take to make the argument, how it links back to your framework and your other arguments, whether it can be used against you in any way, and a lot of things. I don't know. It seems like AI would have trouble doing it well. I'm just talking about case making. I don't think it's possible for AI to be a debate coach because of all the scrimmage stuff I'm talking about. Can you imagine like being in a debate team and instead of having a coach, you have this device that talks to you all. Everybody can ask the device coach questions like, "What should I do when they run this?" "You should be running Smith B," says the device. One of the problems with AI is potentially as a coach would be it's responsive, but it's not really proactive. Maybe you could get it to be proactive, like for example, when I'm in a tournament during a turn like at a tournament or something, I would often have ideas on the fly and I'd cut new cards there, or I'd hear something about an argument from somebody else was running, and it didn't make me cut a necessarily a block to that argument specifically, but maybe it triggered some other thought um, of how to deal with some other thing, etc. I don't know if AI works that way enough to do it, but I could be wrong. I'm waiting to still be impressed by its judgment in cutting clips of my videos, let alone cutting cards for debate round, which is much more difficult, it seems like. This stuff bothers me though. Talk Plato has to lend itself to answers, not questions. That is the entire premise of why we read them. They have already asked the questions. Um, okay. This carpet is filthy. Somebody should call the filth police and tell them they need to arrest that Eric guy for failure to vacuum in the first degree. Maybe I could plead down to third degree failure to vacuum. I didn't say it was scary. I'm just speculating about to what extent it can replace teachers slash coaches. Remember, I'm not working in the field, so I'm not worried about being replaced. It's scary. I have hope that AI will get good at cutting clips from my videos and I could direct it to cut more clips at my behest in ways that are easy to do and segue with YouTube conveniently and stuff for me. I would love that. I think it's interesting to ask the question, like, where can AI attain better than human greatness, right? It seems like it's capable of doing that with images pretty well. Like, there was some art contest some years back when at the very beginning of AI or something where a guy submitted an AI picture, AI generated picture, and it won the art contest. And they said, that was AI. See, we got to do something about this. Well, I mean, nothing to do about that, right? If AI is a better visual artist than people, then you just have to say it's a contest between who uses AI best, I guess. I see it primarily as good at facilitating things. You know, it's a tool people use to accomplish things. I see lots of images and even little video, AI generated videos they're used as part of like a storytelling process in videos that I watch. Personally, I'm not fond of it in its current incarnation. Like, there's a story tells, there's only a story about somebody whose car gets stuck in the mud in the swampy area by the side of the road. And then they'll show an AI picture of that, and it looks so like AI generated. I think one day there'll be a specific aesthetic that everybody talks about, like circa 2025 AI fail as like a movement in aesthetics or something. Eventually it'll get better, presumably, at rendering those kind of images. It's a good use for AI. Like, make me a picture of a car getting stuck in the mud in a swampy area by the side of a road. Whipped up in 30 seconds. That's very convenient, Either we shall find what it is we are seeking, or at least we shall free ourselves from the persuasion that we know what we do not know. Plato, do people really ever free themselves of that persuasion? Unless they're already predisposed to freeing themselves up to being free of that? Here's something I've noted before, that there are plenty of people who simply do not seem to know what they know and don't know. Like, I don't know much about calculus, but I do know that I don't know much about calculus. Some people don't seem to know that. Like, I'm sure I know everything about calculus. Oh yeah? How hard could it be? I'm so easy, I already know it. Oh. Well, don't mind me then. Continue your important calculations. I don't know much geology. Bam, 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 bam. You know that song? I don't know much about history. Bam, 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 biology. I can't quite remember the tune. But that guy didn't know much about any of the subjects in school. What he did know, I think, was that he loved some girl. I believe that was the message of the song. I don't need to know anything from these books. You can take them back to the library. What I know with my heart. And what it is that I love you, girl. Don't know much about history. That's how it goes. Don't know much biology. Bam, 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 bam. That's how it goes. Comics want to segue into what a wonderful world. Wonderful World is the name of the song. Christmas is just a month away. What are your plans? Well, we have one new artificial Christmas tree to unbox and use. We have two boxes of ornamental balls, silver and red. And we have one artificial tree in the box that we have to leave in the box because it has to go back to Walmart. But Rachel's mom very pleasingly, I guess, arranged it so they're gonna come pick it up from our house. So we don't have to go take it to the post office or anything. So that's convenient. I'm gonna put up some Christmas lights on the outside of the house, and I think maybe we'll use these candles we have in the window. They're not real candles. They're like light bulb things that look in the shape of candles with the bulb, and then the stick part, it looks like a candlestick, you know. They're in the windows. We'll plug those in. Alright, it's conceivable, this is probably stretching likelihood. I may try again to get one of these fake fireplaces going. I turned them off because they're, it's like, you can have it on but turned off, it'll still let out some little heat. It burns through propane a little bit, and in the summer, you don't want heat to be coming off of that thing. So I turned them off. But then I've discovered it's hard to restart the pilot light in them. It's a little bit of a bitch. But that'd be nice to have a fake fire. I mean, it's a real fire, but it's not like, it's just propane fire. It's not fire on wood. I have sons or daughters. I got a daughter. Will I spend it with them? No, I don't plan to. But I will see her at some point in December, I think, because I told her I'd go in there and help deal with her car. We did invite the neighbors over for a Christmas get together on the 13th of December. And probably it'd just be us and the neighbors, but we invite some other people too. Rachel, since you're listening to this, did you ever invite Delilah? I'm fucking tired, man. Let's talk calculus and limits moving towards infinity. Rhyming sums. Come on, man. You'll push to bed. Like I said, I don't know much about calculus. You're asking me to talk about something I don't know. I just got finished explaining how I know what I don't know, and therefore I don't talk about them. Rid of my new monocle. Yeah, we should invite Jay Porter. Maybe I'll call him. And I don't think there's any point in inviting Corey. It's like, I kind of have had to come to terms with writing that off. You know, I think it causes me a lot of disruption to try to deal with them. It's unfortunate, but until and unless he leaves Liz, I don't think there's much I can do as far as having a relationship with him. For one thing, it's painful to see him persist in that, you know, unacceptable, abusive relationship. And no monocle will help. We can talk about fractals and Wilson Bentley, how no two snowflakes are alike. The truth is, all snowflakes are alike and that they're all made out of snow. Snowflakes are much more alike each other than they are different. For example, two snowflakes are much more like each other than either is like a duck. Only snowflakeophiles would even notice that they're different shapes from each other. All snowflakes are smaller than a basketball. In fact, there's a whole slew of things in the world that are bigger than any snowflake. You know what's not bigger than a snowflake? Another snowflake, unless it's bigger. Or smaller. It can't be exactly the same size because it's a different shape. How many snowflakes does it take to make a snowman? The answer is between 5 and 10. It's just a very small snowman. You could do it with as few as 6 snowflakes. 3 for the bottom ball, 2 for the middle ball, and 1 for the top ball. That's the world's smallest possible snowman. Made out of just 6 snowflakes. Each of them obviously a different shape. And, you know, I title the piece Different Shapes But Working Together. It's a commentary on cooperation. How even though we're different, we can all cooperate to make a snowman. So no THC beverages for you from now on. Where they nice? I think you have another year, but is a bank going to lend money to a business that they know won't exist in a year? Well, St. Ides is already a business that's successful in alcohol, so they'll and they already have stuff set up to make those drinks. They'll continue making them for another year, probably. But I mean, it's not like the weed stores in California are gonna stop selling weed or be open. California will continue adhering to California state law, and the feds are gonna have to come and try to shut up everything down, which is I seriously doubt that's gonna happen. Trump's not gonna be president forever, you know. Life is so boring. In India, unemployment rate is high. I have a bachelor's in commerce degree and a diploma in hotel management, along with accounting and coding certifications. Still, they reject you. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe you should try getting a job in Bangladesh. That's pretty close to India, I hear. And you know, they don't. It's not like they don't hate you like Pakistan does. Or you could try a different part of India, like South India. Oh, here in South India, finally, I found a job. I know you're not looking for me to me for solutions, but there are some good solutions for you. Get a job in Bangladesh, or maybe South India. You can go work in South India, Middle India, or North India. Those are your choices. Which is your favorite? Middle India, South India, or North India? I am university rank holder. What's the point if there's no job? Also, if I get one, the pay is very low, like 200 USD. Well, that's not very low if you're getting 200 US dollars per minute. That'd be extremely high paying job. In just 10 minutes, you make $2,000. An hour, you make $12,000. That's a good hourly wage. $200 a minute. I wish I could make that. I wouldn't have to work that many minutes a day, you know. Competition's high, population's high. Oh, per month. That is very low. Are you sure it's not per minute? I mean, having a large population shouldn't be directly impactful of job markets because, you know, the larger the population, the more things people need more people need services and stuff, you know. But I do get that some industries are probably hiring more than others, and I don't know. I don't know much about India's economy. Do Indian families have a lot of kids? Is that why there's so much population? Or is it just been a long, slow build? Like, how many brothers and sisters do you have? Yeah, I hope it all works out, Terrence, for you. Yeah, my friends with bachelors in engineering and masters in business administration are jobless. Well, I guess nobody needs their business administered. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like if you're going to go to school or something, you're better off going to something that's very specific. Like, I'm going to go learn how to operate this heart monitoring machine that they use in surgery. And I'll be a good job as an orderly doing that, you know. I don't know if they call him an orderly or whatever, but my friend Paul, he did that. He went to get a certification on operating this kind of machine, and he does that as a job. India is nothing like they show on TV. It's hard to survive here. Many parts of India don't even have electricity and drinking water. Well, sounds like they need someone with a bachelor's in engineering and a master's in business administration to help them find electricity and water. Those parts of the country should hire your friend. So, what do you think the solution is, Terrence? You have a vision for a better India? Maybe you could somehow incentivize population to leave, half of your population to leave, to go somewhere else, you know. Pick whatever country you want, you can get into. We'll give you 10,000 US dollars to leave the country and stay out. You can't come back in. What do you think about that? Would that help get rid of the population? I mean, you can come back in just for a visit, though. You have to leave a certain amount of time again. Would that be a good way to get rid of half of your population? Seems like 10,000 USD would be a good incentive if people are making that little money. Should I submit my plan of action to your Indian government? You even tell them you get to take one of the cows with you. You know, on India Airways, they let the cows roam around the planes too when they're in the air. Of course, the cow has to put a seatbelt on during takeoff, but it's considered polite in Hinduism to let a cow wander through the cabin during flight. I've taken India Air many times, and there's always been a cow. Sometimes two. Then, of course, you have the Indians who don't get seated inside of the plane and hang on to the wings and stuff. Of course, the toilet on India Airlines, you got to get in there early. Because they're serving chicken and stuff of questionable quality. You know, because they've covered it up so much with the curry. Oh my God. I don't think that was sitting well with me. Too bad. You're not the first person to get to that bathroom. Also, you gotta watch out because if you don't, kind of stay crouched in your little corner, you will end up covered in colored dust. A lot of times when you're on an India air flight, the people on the plane will just arbitrarily start throwing colored dust and hooping and hollering. Yes, it's another marriage. It's like, hey, we just paid you $10,000 to leave, and now you're trying to make more kids? Does India wish that it could go back to the caste system? If you were to take a poll of average Indians, poll them all, how many would vote for yes, let's go back to the caste system? I bet if there's a former untouchable who's getting touched a lot, unwantedly, then they wish they could go back to the caste system. At least then I didn't get touched by people. Let's all go hang out by the Ganges River. It's beautiful this time of year. India is where the videos of houses falling into rivers come from most often, I think. Hillsides falling into rivers, villages falling into rivers. It seems to happen a lot in India. Like water spouts coming out of the ground random places. I think it's all that monsooning they do over there. It's like, hey, you guys know you're going to get a monsoon next year too, right? Maybe don't build your rickety house right where the river is. It's going to get bigger than that later on. And I already know how the story ends. Your house is going to fall right into the river. And you're going to film it with your cell phone and everyone's going to be, whoa, whoa. I told you that house is going to fall into the river. Monsoon comes every year, not just this year. Uh-oh. Looks like you decided to build that road right below that obvious mudslide zone. Let's see what this is going to result in. Oh, here comes the hillside. It was stable until you cut that road into it, but now say goodbye to your road. But it was made to exactly Indian standards of engineering. Just like the house on the river. We had our finest contractors build that. So how could you say that we're not doing things the right way? I'm sure it's better than China. Who's absolutely correct? What? You should never soul born in India is unlucky. I'm sorry to be having fun at the. What happened? I don't think Ruben. Did you mean to do that, Ruben? Oh, I don't think he meant to do that. Who's she? Oh, is Saren's Sarah NS? Are you? I don't think Saren's is Sarah NS. Is she? He? I don't even know. But it could be Sarah NS. The NS could stand for not Sarah. They're kind of a coy, self-contradictory name. She, they. I pulled you out of my pocket, and that's what happened. Well said, Ruben. Well said. Oh, sorry, Sarah. You didn't. We didn't mean to hide you. Flood watch. Well, we've got flooding here ourselves now, apparently, but I'm not worried about it affecting me. It's not going to flood at my house. Yeah, sometimes rivers do get out of hand, and people were optimistic when they built by the side of the river, and now they have to watch their river, their house fall into the river, and film it on their phone. And then it goes on Weather Gone Viral, which and then I watch it. And instead of being empathetic to these people losing their houses, I laugh at the houses that fall into the river. I just like to watch people driving on icy roads and they're trying to stop their car and just keep sliding their heads. It's a slow motion accident. I don't know why I like that stuff, but I do. Dude, don't. What are you telling me not to do what? I'm just talking about videos I like to watch. I like to watch hillsides falling down on roads and stuff. But I think icy roads are my favorite because it's like it's all happening. You can see it all unfolding, and you just know that it doesn't matter what they do. They're trying to like they have their brakes locked. They're trying to steer, and they're just like sliding down the hill into the other cars. Yeah, I wish you all the best in your various affairs and job searching things, Sarens. I'm just laughing at things that I guess I'm just being bipolar. I don't know. Yeah, I like those videos. Got to be careful because I don't like it if it's too like violent at a crash or something. Then I'm not interested in watching. I'm not interested in watching videos where people get hurt badly or anything. Well, it's dramatic footage enough, maybe, but you know, the thing about people's houses falling in the river, they're always standing there on the side filming it. They're not inside the house. Or somebody like backing their, trying to back their boat into the lake and backing it into like some concrete pole, and then it falls off of the trailer and it slides down halfway into the water. Or somebody who's trying to drive across the ice road in their truck and it goes through the ice and they're trying to pull it out, and then it's starting to sink and they're like, "Get no, get a thing on here," and it's getting like deeper and deeper under the water. And then they try to pull it out, but the rope breaks and it goes, just sinks all under the water. And I just go, oh. That's a funny video too. I don't like prank videos. I like things like that. It's I don't know exactly how to specify it, but like somebody cutting down a tree, trying to make it fall this way instead of falls that way and falls on their house. I like videos where I go, oh no, no, oh, you shouldn't have done that. I like those kind of videos. But I don't like it if it's like they make a mistake that they regret about, like, say, a tattoo or something. I don't want to see that. I don't know. I just like, I guess, just certain kinds of fail videos, I guess you call them, but not other kinds of fail videos. Like, for example, a great fail video is one person is walking on an icy sidewalk and slips down. And another person comes to help that person and they slip down and they grab the first person, they both start sliding down the hill. That's a good video right there. Especially if maybe a third person also comes to try to assist and they too fall down and they're all sliding down the hill. That would be a great video. Because, you know, the first person shouldn't have been so confident about walking on this icy sidewalk. Then the second person clearly didn't learn anything from the first person's falling down. And they were trying to help, which makes it more funny. But I also like it if, let's say, that were to happen, they're all sliding down, but then somebody comes and has a good idea of like tying themselves to a gate and grabs them and pulls them all in. I would like that too. I'd say like, yay! Somebody saved the day. But right now I'm watching a lot of Travel Pleasant Core. I'm watching a lot of Walk With Me Tim, who always looks nice and sharp in either white or black. He wears a lot of white and black. It's very, it's just pleasant to look at in general. It's filmed well, and he tries to be. He does a great job of editing for pacing and stuff, and it's it's like it's nothing remarkable, nothing memorable or anything. It's just pure pleasant core. He goes to a hotel, he checks in, Gives you a tour of the room, the mini bar. He's British. He's slightly gutted about the pool being closed. Gutted means disappointed. I've never heard anybody else use the term besides him, but it must be an English term. Like, would you enjoy someone's car being pushed into an ice sliding situation? Oh, you mean like ice hill domino push? Yes, sure. Because what invariably happens in these ice hill videos is person A is not the only person who thinks it's a good idea to go down this hill. They lose control, and at the bottom of the hill there's a stoplight, and there's people stop at the stoplight. And then they slide down into those cars. Then here comes another one. Here comes another one. Before you know it, there's a bunch of cars all pushed out into the middle of the intersection. That's a that's a great video. That's a heck of a video right there. You know what sounds really unpleasant though? I'm glad I don't have to do it myself. Traveling by train. It has all the disadvantages of air travel and takes much longer. It makes sense that Sarah was a she, now starting to sin. Now starting to second guess it. Have you seen the short where the girl asks the person, "Can you take a short video of me if it's for TikTok?" No, I haven't seen it. And then she starts singing, "You ain't nothing but a hound dog with a stupid accompanying leg movement." No, I never have seen that. It doesn't sound like a very good video, but I guess it must have found its place in the world. Just like, for example, why go to 5 stores when you can go to just one? Yeah, I think Cerns was a guy. I don't know why he left because Ruben unhit him like instantly. So I don't know, like did he leave that quickly? Like, oh shit, they're gonna hide me. I'm leaving. I don't know. Could just be a totally random coincidence that his internet died right when that happened. Yeah, it's about time to. Oh, I don't need to use this bowl. I got this bowl. What's going on here? About time to wrap this up, I think. What will I do after I wrap this up? I don't know. Probably get ready to go to bed. Try to sleep for a while. I think you'd hate it, but I have to share because this video cheers me up when I'm blue. Yeah, the description of it makes me not want to click like. uh, people in their ways. Certainly, I've made my own share of bad videos. So there's some stranger filming her, like, she's gonna be filming things for TikTok. Shouldn't she just get a tripod? She must be filming the part where she asks the person to film her too, I guess. I guess that's part of the whole thing is to involve a stranger in this and make them uncomfortable. She acts like she's going to do something normal, right? So that's the gimmick there is to surprise the person with something abnormal. Yeah, I would hate it because I don't like art projects that involuntarily involve others. Oh, good. I'm now part of this thing of you giving me one impression and doing something else. Wonderful. I'm glad I agreed to this. But obviously, what do I know? Because it worked. She got people aware of it, and people you're aware of it. And you're only aware of hugely popular things. Okay. Finished my dinner. That was a nice snack. And I guess I don't have any beverage. I thought I had a beverage somewhere. Maybe I finished it. I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go to bed now. It's about time. Will I be able to fall asleep if I lie down? Well, if I can get up and watch a little TV and then go try again. So, okay, I'm gonna go to good night times. Thanks for being here. Love you all. See you later.